František Malík from the Slovak publishing house and festival Brak. Yeah, and I don't know, Tarchi, will you say a little bit also about Kaka Bakala?
We said that maybe later.
Maybe later.
On, because
okay.
I don't have a book.
Okay, cool, fine. So
he asked me about another publisher. Yeah. I'm acquainted with him. So, good morning. Welcome. My name is František Malík, as was mentioned, and I'm. Beside all this, I'm going to tell you about in the further presentation, which will be like two parts. The first will be quickly about the festival, which is really connected to the publishing house. But also what we do these days in Bratislava, where I came from. I'm the co-organizer of this Authors Reading Month, which, as you know, it's taking place in Brno, Ostrava, Košice, Prešov, and Bratislava, and the Bratislava part we are organizing in Bratislava. But also what we do in Bratislava is for 11 years we organize Bratislava Book Festival, which is this presentation is in Slovak, but I will like translate you. It's mostly pictures. And the Bratislava Book Festival was established in 2013. Yeah. With an idea that we saw many great books from small and middle-sized publishing houses, and we know the publishers. I used to work in one publishing house, which was actually mentioned, and we knew that there's no so many places in bookshelves, bookshops, and we would like to give them their place for small and middle-sized publishing houses, which we think that they are doing the great jobs. But probably many of you are also here. And we decided to organize a festival there. First we started in a small, and right now it's probably the biggest book festival right now in Slovakia. It's an international book festival, which is partly consisting from, it's not a book fair, but we have like 60 publishing houses from Slovak and Czech, and also there were previously from Ukraine, from Hungary. And it's like festivals, so there are lots of authors reading, there's concerts, there are lectures, there are discussions. It took places in different palaces sometimes and cultural places in Bratislava. It used to be in Nova Cvernovka, which is like a great culture center, close to no, not in a city center, but in another part. And this year we decided to move it right to the city center. So it was open air. It was organized with many municipality organizations such as Gallery, Bratislava Gallery, Bratislava Museum, Bratislava Culture Institute, and so on. There are like many events as you see. Yeah, there are lots of workshops, exhibitions, theater plays, and we also started something like industry program for like conference for publishing houses, for publishers and people who are also interested in a like topic which are close to books and what the book industry is dealing with in contemporary. Sorry, this is like, thank you for, but we are not finishing. And so we decided in like 2 years after the festival that what if what if we also started our own publishing house, because we saw so many books, but we also found many books which are not published, and it's really easy in Slovakia found such books there because of probably our history. Many of books were translated mostly in Czech, and we consider to be translated because we all read Czech. But I think it's worthy to also have our Slovak translation of other books. So you also see our first book there. It's a Ukrainian picture book. The War Which Changed Rondo. It was our first book. It was also published by Vietrné mlyny, I think last or 2 years ago. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this book. It's a really, really important book from publishing house Starilev. It was our first book. So the picture books in those time, I mean, a couple of years ago, it wasn't such an ordinary thing, let's say, to publish a picture book in Slovakia, because they were considered to be books for lazy kids or something like this. But it's changing, and many small publishing house actually like since we starting the festival arised and was established, and we have like right now a couple of really nice and good publishing houses which are also publishing, for example, this. So this is our children edition. It's called Alma because Alma means the soul in Spanish. And apple in Hungary. And it's also the name of my daughter, of course. As you see, we have a translation there, and also our originals. You see there, for example, our probably most successful, let's say, title, which is Útěk. It's escape with a running guy. It was translated to right now, I think 13 languages. I just came from Brazil, which like 2 weeks ago, and it was launched in a like big festival in Rio de Janeiro. So and it was also published in Chinese and many other languages. But we have also, and also the same authors made this Cruel Marta, Kruta Marta, which was also published in a really good French publishing house, and also the Spanish is coming, and so. But we also translated books such as Obor and the Giant and Time, as you see there. This is the edition of poetry called Lenticular. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Lenticular. Lenticular, as there are these cards, which are like 3D cards. So you see like, maybe when you're collecting the hockey cards, so you have like these 3D cards. Holograms. So, hologram, it's not holograms. It's like, usually, I don't have it here, but so this is the like original photographs by like Slovak really great photographs, and you have like these three pictures, and this is a contemporary poetry edition. There are 2 editions, as I can mention. We are, maybe I didn't say that we are really small publishing house. Yes, really small. We published last year. We published around like 20 books, and this year maybe 5, but another maybe 10 are coming. So this is the edition of Desorient Express's edition of contemporary Arabic prose, and outside area. I don't think that I have a concept for this. There are just books I loved when I was young, and right now I'm publishing it. this is also the originals. We are not publishing so many original prose, but sometimes, and a couple of writers do we have. Jana Beňová, she's a winner of European Literary Prize, for example, and Daniel Majling, it's a Russian classic, which is probably the funniest book in Slovak literature, I can say. And I'm not just saying it, but we made a questionnaire 2 years ago, and we asked many writers and critics what they consider to be the funniest book in Slovakia, and it was on the first place. And it was also translated in Hungary, Czech, and Polish. So, and I really like this Flanerova Košela, which is. Do you know what flaner means? Like this guy, Baudelaire, which Town Walker. The Baudelaire came with this name, and so we made a book about the 8.5 Bratislava streets. The writer was Jana Beňová. She was walking on the streets and trying to find the like characteristic of the streets. So she was making interviews with the people who were there, who have like shops there, or talk about the history of the street, and what's sorts of like trying to find the characteristic of this. Do I have still time? Maybe yeah. So briefly, also what we did, we started probably one of the first publishing house which starting to publish the graphic novels, which was also considered in Slovakia to be, I don't know, like pulp literature. But we published the cultic or the well-known graphic novels such as Mouse, Persepolis, and many others. But also we are publishing the originals. This is the Daniel Majling I mentioned before. He's actually the main dramaturg of in the Slovak National Theatre. He's like really talented writer, and he's also making these graphic novels, which are like really funny, great. And there are just like a couple of books which this is saying that we are working on these books, but we actually they were already published. There are translations of some books. This is a great graphic novel. What we actually are also doing this when we are also publishing graphic novels or children books. They're often dealing with like serious topics such as, I don't know, war or death or cancer or. But yeah, and maybe I would like to mention one book which is actually not mine, and it was published last year. It's Elena Lacková. It's a story about a Roma intellectual. Actually, it's translated books, but the Elena Lacková, she was Slovak, and it was like a really big success because it is telling the story of Roma in a really great style, and like trying to like understand them. I think through this book you can understand them much better. I think that's it. Thank you for your attention. This is my context.
Thank you, Virchi. I'll have a few brief questions. One is, what is the best way of learning about your titles? do you have a catalog in English, or is it all on the website?
We have a catalog in English, and we don't have it in our website. So you can write me, or but best way is to write me, or meet me in the festivals or book fairs.
Wonderful. How do you promote your books?
Yeah, we are visiting book fairs around the world and festivals. We are going to Frankfurt, for example.
How do you promote them in Slovakia?
In Slovakia, we are promoting books throughout the year. We are organizing also other festivals I didn't mention, and we are also running a cultural place at the city center. It's Romero House or Romero Dom. So we have a redactio offices there, and we are doing these discussions, authors, readings, concerts and stuff. So we have place there. So we are doing these launches there and so on, and we are also, for example, you know the festival Pohoda. It's the biggest festival in Slovakia, and we are doing the dramaturgy in a literary stand.
It's a musical festival.
Yeah, but it's a multi-genre festival. Yeah. So we are running this literary stand. So we have our books there, for example.
And are you also looking for titles to translate into Slovak?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we are mostly actually translating, but also doing our originals.
Okay, wonderful. Do you have any questions from the floor?
Don't worry.
No. But Ferci is here, so feel free to talk to him about the festival, about the books. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your attention. Thank
you. I'm trying to keep it to time. So I would like to invite to the floor Katalin Vaš from Mora Publishers, a literary agency. Hello, Katalin, over to you.
Oh, thank you. Just have to move it like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, hello everybody. I think it should be a perfect time to present you because you already woke up and you are not hungry yet. Who knows? I'm from Hungary and I'm from Mora Publishing. Mora has been on the Hungarian market for 75 years. Actually, next year is going to be our anniversary. Mora was the first and only one publisher for children at that time, because that was in the 50s, and that was the system, that there was one children publishing house, there was one adult publishing house, and of course that changed in the decades after. At the moment, I mean, Mora was state-owned until '93, and it is privately owned at the moment in Hungary. Our staff is around 32, 33 colleagues now, and yeah, we publish that number of titles per year. But I can proudly say that 50% of that is a backlist. So we usually publish 150 new titles a year, and 150 is coming from the backlist. So it's reprint of evergreens or contemporary literature in Hungary. We publish children books from 0 to 14, so children and juvenile. And we do publish local authors and international authors as well, evergreens, and also contemporary authors. As you will see in the next slide, our formats include quite a lot of different formats, including digital as well, which is definitely new in the last years, but this is part of our life, so we definitely go to that direction as well. I brought you a selection of our titles that I think could be interesting for you, but if you have any other questions, I also have a small catalog over there, so I can also give you my card. And I also have some samples there under the loudspeaker where Julia had her books yesterday, but she got a table now, so. But it's over there, and I can also show you some samples of the books. Well, I go from age 0 to 14, so maybe this is easy to follow. I would like to show you this series, which we call Baby Geometry Books. This is for toddlers, and we have board books, Leporellos, and textile books in this portfolio. So the textile books are coming this year, it's brand new. And these books are from the designer Diana Nagy, who actually kind of created the whole scenario for this. And her idea was not only that toddlers see first only in contrast, so black and white, but also that she wanted to bring some design into these books. So you don't only see an apple or you don't only see a tree in black and white, but the toddlers can see some kind of story with the lines she's trying to lead them along the way. And actually this works. I mean, this might seem to be a design books, but this is definitely very, very entertaining for kids. I already saw a few months old toddlers loving the book, smiling about the book, kind of talking to the book already. So the Leporellos are usually used by parents to help them raising their head and, you know, to learn the first movement. So whoever is looking for something for toddlers, I think this could be really a good choice. The second age group is 3 to 7 years. I would like to show you two series. One series is the Little Mimi series, the other is Tales for Snappy Kids. The first one is for young kids around 3 plus. And this is about a little bunny and kind of the everyday life of a little bunny that happens around her, and also when she goes to school, when she meets her friends, so everything that happens to such a small child. Zsuzsa Tamás is the author and Ildi Horváth is the illustrator. They both try to introduce these everyday issues to kids in a very sweet and soft way, give them also very humorous and entertaining situations, but also solving situations that might seem sometimes difficult for such a small kid. The other series, Tales for Snappy Kids, is a special one because this is for active kids, so those kids who are not able to sit while they are listening. So the intention of these books is that whenever they hear a certain word, it is written at the beginning, they can clap, they can jump, they can shout, but the main thing is that they have to focus on the word, also follow the story, but focus on the word, and whenever they find it, they are really happy and they can move and they can move around. So through being very active, they can kind of learn focusing as well. Ágnes Balázs is an author of many children books for small and big ones, and actually she also very much understands the storytelling to these kids. I also have samples of both of these series here, so I can show you. Then we go to 6 to 9, and I show you classics, and I will also show you some contemporary. Some of these pictures appeared already yesterday on Julia's slides, for which I'm really grateful, but we all know that Mora was the basic, and those authors who were working in Mora from the 50s were actually the basis of Hungarian children literature, and we are very proud that Mora is still publishing them. One of them is Eva Janikovsky. Her books are on actually 25 languages, published in 25 languages around the world. They also published in China, in simplified Chinese, mainland China, but not in Taiwan yet, but also in Estonia, in Spain, so in many languages. She's got a very unique point of view, very humorous styles. Her point of view is kind of looking from the kids' perspective. So how kids see the adults around her, how funny the kids might find some situations around adults. Actually, these are really humorous and also very deep books in a way. The illustrator is László Réber, who was also an artist at that time when Eva Janikovsky was writing, so they were a very strong pair, making almost all the titles together. The other author that I would like to mention, and is an evergreen, and we all loved and read him while we were kids, even when we are adults, actually, I have to say, or I don't know if my colleagues share that, but as Ervin Lázár is really an evergreen. I think he is the most creative and philosophical Hungarian children author. So his main work is The Square Around Forest with very special characters. We published that book in Hungarian, English, and also in German in Hungary, so I can give you a reading copy or I can send you a reading copy in English. But his other books were also published, not only in Hungary, but in some other countries. For example, in Czech, Malvern published The Seven-Headed Fairy a few years ago, and also Pushkin Press in the UK published Arnika, the Duck Princess, a few years ago in English. Both of them are really great. And also one of my favorites was the Youngest Witch. So I can also show you and send you manuscripts. His kind of magical realism to kids. So I think it's really very entertaining, but also very thoughtful. And some contemporary authors and books. Yeah, The Girl Who, The Boy Who is a series of Naphegy Kiadó, who was another publisher and was really famous for their picture books and their style and how they selected, very specially selected their books and created their books. Mora bought this publishing house last year. So, and we would like to show you and also the world the really great work that they did with some of their series. And one of their great series is The Girl Who, The Boy Who, which are kind of picture books, exciting biographies turned into adventurous stories. Picture books in a Hungarian style, I would say, so really a bit more text than what you would expect from a picture book usually from around the world. But Julia already mentioned yesterday that in Hungary, they actually, parents look for text for kids. So that's why our picture books are combined with a little bit more text than what you could expect from a picture book. And we also are very proud of some of our books which are very sensitive and which bring up sensitive subjects. For example, one of our author, Péter Doka, is an author who is really great in that, and his book, The Girl with Blue Hair, was selected into White Raven list a few years ago. Also, his other book, actually next year, was selected to the White Raven list, and his second book was created together with an Estonian illustrator. So we also sometimes seek for such cooperations, like we have a Hungarian author and we look for illustrator from another country or the other way around. We are really open to that. Wonderbug is also a sensitive book about a girl who is missing one limb, and she goes into the school, and of course she faces troubles, but not only troubles, but also the positive side of how other kids handle her and how she finds a friend for herself. And Kiss Bandits by Balázs Vig is also a great book, but also a very adventurous one. So he can really show you how these two things can come together, like sensitiveness and also adventure. And now we go to the higher target group. I only show here two books, which are also here. One of them is Maléna's Garden, that was also in Naphegy portfolio and hasn't been published for 10 years, although this was really a winning book. And it was, last year, it was, or this year? Last year it was published by Verbarium in Slovakia. And actually it was here in Slovakia selected among the 5 best children books published in Slovakia by Martinus, who is, if I know, it's a bookshop chain.
Yeah, it's a distribution chain.
It's a distribution chain. And they make this selection every year. Actually, it's, I put up a very small summary. You could see I was a little bit more tired now when I was doing this slide, so I put more and more text on the slides. But I can also send you a summary about the book, which is really beautiful. And actually, it's about openness and paying attention to each other and new encounters in our life. And the other I wanted to show you is Special Links by Gabi Kemény. This was in 2022 one of the children books of the year. And also it was selected into the White Raven list by, I don't know if you know who is doing and what is White Raven list, that is done by the Jugendbibliothek in Munich, who has actually a huge collection of children books from all around the world, and every year they collect the new books of the previous year, and they make a selection and publish during the Bologna Festival, Bologna Festival, I think, their catalog of White Ravens that they believe are the best children book around the world. They have a big committee for that, and they are very dedicated in that. So we are, every time our book is selected in White Raven list, we are really proud of that. So Special Links is really a great writing. It's funny, but it's also connected to environment, and it's also connected to kids' way of finding their way when they are alone, and how they can find their way when they find themselves in a very strange situation. It's funny and it's very enjoyable. And last but not least, I would like to mention that it's not the imprint of Mora, but the owners of Mora started a new publishing house last February. It's publishing books for adults. It's called The Trend. And I just selected, with the help of the editor-in-chief there, 2 titles, which I think are really very interesting. One of them is Ervin Lázár, again, who I mentioned as a magical realism for kids a few slides ago. But this is actually his only adult novel, White Tiger. And it's a very special how you say, description of what power can do to people and how it can distort their way of behavior and the world around them. And the other is Gold of the Sun, Silver of the Moon. It's a very special book, again, because these are tales for adults. It's a fairy tale collection for adults. And it was inspired by the illustrations and the artwork of Viv Noor, who's an Estonian artist. And those were the paintings that actually Agnes, the author, saw first, and she was inspired by those paintings, and that's how she wrote these tales for adults. Of course, How Would You Face Darkness? So these are all tales that can have a connection to your everyday life, that can have a connection to you in some way, and maybe can help you solving your own problems. Yeah, and that's me. And that was it. So I don't know if you have any questions, so surely you will.
I do, but thank you very much, Katalin.
Let's go back to a nicer slide.
Yeah, I have a few questions. So I was fascinated to hear when you spoke about the books for the youngest readers. And it seems to me that there is a lot of attention to developmental psychology. Yeah. Do you kind of, as a publisher, collaborate with psychologists, or is it on the author, or is there a scheme behind this?
Yeah, there is, and actually I think it's really important. It's either the author or us. I mean, it depends on how the process goes from the beginning. But it's very important. In this case, which I mentioned, Baby Geometry, it was the author or the creator herself who found it important to find the psychological side and also the developmental side of this series, and it's working perfectly. She's also creating or putting together exhibitions, and these exhibitions are just going around. We find it important to bring this visual art and the visual things into the life of kids as soon as possible, so they will have this side developed as well. I mean, they will have a kind of their taste developing through these books. And also when we have the stories in these books for really small kids, we find it important to kind of present these stories to them in a way that they can handle it. And it does not mean that it has to be very simple all the time, because if you are a child, it doesn't mean that you understand only simple things. You can understand very, very complicated things as well. But it depends on how it is put for you. how is it not explained but presented to you through a story that you can relate to. So I think relating to a story, finding relatable points in a story, finding relatable points in what you hear, what you listen to, what you see is always important from age 0.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much. I was also interested to hear that you are trying to find illustrators from other countries. Could you explain why? I don't want to second guess.
Yeah, we are actually not trying, but sometimes it comes together like that. I mean, it's just kind of matches which are made automatically or based on projects that we start to think about. We don't look for them because there are so many really fantastic illustrators in Hungary already, so we love working with them. And it's not usual, but it happened quite a few times now, so I see a pattern in that sometimes it really happens when, you know, based on the international connections of the authors or the interest of the illustrator, we all go to international fairs, we start talking, we start new ideas there, so sometimes these ideas come together as cooperation between countries and nations.
Yeah, we had an example yesterday from ECOS, the combination of the Australian writer psychologist with the Hungarian illustrator.
Yeah, that was actually Pagony. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Pagony.
No.
Apologies. How is it? So you mentioned many books or mostly books that are written by Hungarian authors, but in the overview there are also translations into Hungarian.
Yeah,
Could you speak a little bit about that line of the publishing work?
We actually look for translations as well. So we do have Momo, we do have Pippi Longstocking, so the evergreens, but we also have contemporary series and contemporary fiction. I think we are the best in the age of 0 to 7 or 8. And then I think it's really, really difficult to find those fiction books that are really for the taste of that target group. But we are trying. So we were buying rights from actually all around the world, not only the big languages, but smaller languages as well. So whenever we were buying rights from Romanian now, which is really a great series that we love, we were buying also from Czech. So actually we are looking for really great novels and also fiction. But also I'm here because we are also looking for titles for the adult portfolio. So I'm really happy to be contacted by anyone who, because that is really a new publishing house now, so they are very open for all the suggestions and recommendations.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much, Katalin. Any questions from the floor?
No.
Yes, there is.
Hello. I just wonder if your publishing house hold any interactive events with your readers, or how you receive the feedback from your readers. Thank you.
Yeah, the best interactive events are the live book festivals that we have in Hungary. We have two, one in June and one in September. Those are the events that we love the most. And there is one actually, or two also in October. We love the most because then you can see directly the reaction of your readers, of course, the kids, when they just go around your stand and they are stuck at one certain point. Then you go there and look at that and you see, well, oh, that's the book they like, and that's the book they start to read, actually. So that's really lovely when you see them start reading that, sitting down, and that's really great. During the COVID, we were also very interactive online because we were every day we had readings around 5 o'clock in the evening for kids. So they are entertained at least for 10 minutes or 15 while their parents can cook their meal or do something else. But we find it important to get the feedback from our readers. Also, we receive lots of feedback through the Facebook site or email. Of course, lots of questions if we continue this series, how much they loved that series. Yeah, sometimes that they found mistakes in the book, so shall we correct it? And but the other day we also received something that they were very thankful for a certain series, because that's the way, based on that series, their kids started to be more open-minded and opened up to others. So that is extremely important for us. And also we have signing sessions of our authors during these events and festivals, so they can directly meet authors, and that's always, we see that means the world to kids when they meet an author. It's such a special thing for them. They are so happy about that. So we find it very important to get the interaction with our readers.
Okay, we have another question.
Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering how easy or difficult you think it would be to translate, but mostly to promote, a comics book from Taiwan, a manhua. And is that something that you might consider?
As you could see, we're publishing comics because we publish Asterix. We also publish Ideafix, which is, you know, now the smaller, not the smaller version, but it's for smaller kids. In Hungary, I think comic market is in the development for 15 years now, but it is still not that much developed. I think everybody is a little bit afraid of comics, also because of distribution, because now, as I could see in the main bookshops, you really have a dedicated place for comics. It started to happen in the last few years, so maybe that gives a chance to comics from all around, to Taiwan, from Japan, and from those countries where comics are really very strong, to give a chance to get developed, but only few publishers are brave enough at the moment to start with them. As I see, this is developing very, very slowly in Hungary. Maybe there will be a boom in a year, I don't know. I mean, that's my suspicion that this will happen like that, like all of a sudden it will be a big, big, big thing. Everybody is really very cautious with that at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much, Katalin, and thank you very much for presenting Mora and Trend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I would like to invite to the floor Martin Graffer from Czech Literary Center to present their work. Yes, Martin, over to you.
Ahoy, good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, I hope you are enjoying the presentations as me. So I would like to introduce you the Czech Literary Center. This is a national literary organization, maybe foundation, maybe a small team of people who just love literature, and we try to promote the Czech culture and the Czech literature abroad, especially for the support for the translation of the Czech literature. As you can see, it's a small team which is not seated in Brno. All my colleagues are seated in Prague, but it's a little bit complicated construction developed by the Ministry of Czech Culture. We are working on behalf of the ministry. My team is sitting in Prague, but we are a section of the Moravian Library. The Moravian Library is seated here in Brno. You probably visited it already. If not, I can recommend you to visit it, because you can find next to many interesting books a wonderful building. It's a really unique library, and you can find there a private library of Milan Kundera, which was funded last year. And Milan Kundera decided, before he died, to dedicate all his private books to the Moravian Library. So it's a very unique place. Our work would not exist without the support of our colleagues at the libraries. And I'm talking about all financial things, economical, daily life, logistic, legal advice, etc. We were established 2017, so as you can see, we are quite a young organization, and our main aim is to systematically support and promote Czech literature, as I already said. We promote different genres, I would say maybe all of genres, they exist, and we also try to support audiobooks and podcasts. This is something new for us, so we are more traditional in a way of to support prose, literature for children and young adults, poetry, drama, comics, non-fiction, etc. If you would like to know more about us, you have to visit the CzechLit website. Because we are a small team, we hope that we can provide a lot of information for you in this bilingual website, which is in Czech and in English, and CzechLit is providing all information regarding the support on translation, regarding all cooperation in a literary branch abroad. There are also new Czech books which have been chosen by a jury of specialists for the Czech literature, etc. So I can recommend you to visit the website. It's very easy, czechlit.cz, or you can also find it in an English version with AN. I think what authors are interested in are the grants which we offer them to attend culture events abroad. We cooperate with a lot of international literature and translation projects, festivals and book fairs. Our main partner abroad is also Czech Culture Centers Network. Maybe you heard about it. We have about 25 Czech culture centers around the world. They are very important for us. I work with them for 11 years. They are culture diplomats and they have a lot of contacts in the countries where they are seated, so they can support our work very much. And I'm very proud of a project which we are organizing together. This is the Susanna Roth Award for Emerging Translators. We are having every year an excerpt from some actual book from the Czech literature, which wasn't published yet in the English translation. And we send it around the world to the culture centers of the Czech Republic and to the embassies. And we try to win new emerging translators. And they translate, let's say, 10 or 15 pages of this book. And then we have juries in these countries, and they decide who is the winner. And we invite all those young emerging translators to the Czech Republic for 1 week. They spend 2 days in Prague, and then they spend 1 week somewhere in the Czech Republic, mostly in Moravia, and this year it is Brno, and that's the reason why I have to leave at the noon. We have around 20 winners from around the world here in Brno, and they are meeting the authors, and they are also working together in different workshops and having some lectures from specialists for the Czech literature. We are also involved in the presentation of the Czech literature abroad at the international book fairs, so you can find the national stand of Czechia most probably every year in London, in UK, in Bologna in Italy, and in Germany in Leipzig and in Frankfurt Main. And as you probably know, we are very proud to be the guest of honor at the Frankfurter Buchmesse 2026. This is honor for us, and I would say that we have a lot of experiences from our project to be a guest of honor in Leipzig 2019. Frankfurt is something like the biggest event in the literature in the world, so it's a difficult task, but I'm quite sure that we have enough of interesting books to offer, and we believe that it will be a really change of being the part of the ocean of the Czech literature again. You probably know very famous names from the 60s and 70s, like Bohumil Hrabal, Václav Havel, Pavel Kohout, Milan Kundera. But the Czech literature since 1993, since we are a separated state, have a lot of interesting authors and also illustrators and also translators. So we hope to introduce all of them not only in Frankfurt during the book fair, but also during the Czech Culture Year in the German-speaking countries, in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. And this year will start in October 2025, because we will receive the, how is it in English, Staffel? Stafetu?
The baton.
The baton from the Philippines, from the Guest of Honor 25. So we will start in October 25, and the Czech Culture Year will go till the end of the year 26. The Frankfurter Buchmesse and the Guest of Honor project will take part in October 26. CzechLit is also very proud to be, for the second time, a partner of CELA project. I don't know if you heard about it. It's a great project financed by the Creative Europe, connecting emerging literary artists. In this case, 66 emerging writers and 99 emerging translators from 12 countries. We are for the second time by this project, and I think it's one of the best European literary projects at all. So I would recommend you just to find more information on our website. There's a list of some festivals we are working together. We are sending the authors to those festivals in Germany, in Austria, in Switzerland, in UK, in France, in the European Union, in Poland, for example, in Spain, or in Algeria, in Africa, or last year in Guadalajara, in Mexico. We are also member of ENLIT. ENLIT is the European Network for Literary Translation. I'm the member of the board of this ENLIT. There are some of my colleagues from Hungary. And I think it's a great possibility for networking and for exchange of know-how in a literary world. So I really appreciate that membership. We also, since 2020, member of the European Alliance of Academies by Akademie der Künste in Berlin. The most aim of this academy is to keep and to protect the freedom of the word, which is very important for us in the Czech Republic. And since 2022, we are a member of RECIT, and this is the organization which is bringing together literary agencies who are providing the translation residencies. Now I would like to tell you a little bit more about our support for the publishers. So we are very happy that some publishers in the world decide to publish the Czech books in translation, and we help them. How? We have the grant for the publishing the Czech literature, and as you can see, we can cover up to 70% of the total cost. And the decision, if this money are used for translation, graphic design, typesetting, printing costs, copyright, or promotion costs, is by the publisher. So this is really a freedom of the choice, and we can pay up to 70% of the all costs. We also support the translation of an excerpt, mostly between 10 and 25 pages, up to 250 euros. And we also support the publishing of magazines if the magazine issue has approximately 50% of the content about the Czech literature. And it's also up to 70% of the total cost. Two important deadlines. 15th of May for all books, translations, and magazines which will be published in the same year, and 15th of November for all publications for the year after. We also, when the publishers abroad decide to have the Czech literature in the translation, we tell them you will be not alone. We will provide you with some help. So we will invite the authors to your country and we will take care of them. So we can offer the financial support up to 70% of total costs for the event organizers. We pay for appearances, fees, for travel expenses, meal allowance, accommodation, promotion, interpreting and moderation costs. And we pay 40% of the awarded amount of money in advance and 60% after the event. Even the authors themselves can ask for the support. In this case, we are willing to give them 100% of the total costs for appearance and travel fees and meal allowances. But in this case, must the event organizer provide an adequate accommodation. In this case, we pay to authors 50% of the awarded money before the event and 50% after the event. Important deadline, end of October this year, from the period next year from January till end of August. Then, of course, if you decide to publish Czech book in a translation, you have to work with a professional translator. And we also help the publishers. We offer residencies for translators from the Czech language. And we also promote residencies for Czech study specialists and scientists. We invite them for 3 or 4 weeks to Prague and Brno, and we give them the possibility to use a flat and to creative work on their publications. They must speak Czech, Slovak, or English, and they have to provide us with 1 published translation or research paper. We offer them 250 euros per week and accommodation in the residency flat. Again, the next deadline for the applications is end of October this year and is for March, April, and May next year. Here, the most important decision for foreign publishers is which book I should choose, which book I should translate. And this is the most difficult question for us. But we publish every year a catalogue of new Czech books, and those books are not always bestsellers. They are books which received some literary prize. They are books which we think has the potential to be understood abroad, and those books are chosen by a jury of experts. So it's a never subjective choose of me or of my colleagues. It's always an expertise behind each book. You can find a catalogue online for every year since 2017 on our website. And if you would like to know more about one of the books in these catalogues, you just contact us and we will provide you with more information. Some general information we will find in the booklet, of course. And we also can, by those books published in those publications, provide you with an excerpt from the book in English, German, Spanish, and in French. So, that's our offer. Maybe you have some questions, maybe you would like to know more. Thank you for your attention.
I don't have a question, but I would just thank you very much for the presentation. We need to make sure that our translation colleagues who are having the workshop in the Congress Hall here, that they learn about these opportunities, because we had a discussion about supporting emerging translators and how that how they establish themselves, especially with publishers. So the support that CzechLit is offering is very important in this sense. Do we have any questions from the floor? Yes, we do.
Well, what can I say? Thank you, Martin, again for showing the light and showing some inspiration. My question specifically concerns the translation grants, because I've already did some vigorous research on your website in this year, and when I was studying it, what was kind of a surprise for me is that you give the translation grants and the deadlines are structured in a way that for the first deadline it has to be published, the book has to be published in that year, and for November it has to be the second year. When I studied it, for me it sounded a bit short in terms of deadlines. What is your experience with it? Because we use the 2-year deadline. What is your experience with this? Thank you.
Actually, the publishers don't complain. What I notice is that many of them are using the first deadline. So when I would be publisher, I think I would use the second one, because I think you have more time. You just have to, you know about the decision. You just know in the November or in the December I will get this money, and then I have 12 months to produce the book. But as I said, the 15th of May is the most popular deadline for all publishers within Europe. So we don't see any problem till yet. We just were before a very important decision how we will work with the new translated books in 2026 at the Frankfurter Buchmesse. And we have a dramaturgical board of this project, and we discuss it. And there's a decision that we will invite to Frankfurt during the week of the hosting of the Czechia only authors with the books translated into the German and supported by the Ministry of Culture 2024, 2025, and 2026. But if you are the publisher and you decide to publish a book without the support of the ministry, or for some reason you don't get it, you are not lost. We will also take you in the program, but only for the books from 25 and 26. And there's another very important criteria, which I think it's very new, and it could be a little bit critical. In 2019 in Leipzig, we had with us 80 new translations into German and 60 authors. And before we started to prepare the program, we contacted all publishers with new translations, and we asked them to help us with the events for the authors in Germany, Austria, or in the Switzerland. And we said, we have enough money to support those events, but you have to do active something for this event. And for my surprise, the small publishers and the independent publishers were happy about this message, and they were really organizing some events in their countries. But the biggest houses, they said to me, we done it for you. It's your book. We will deliver the book everywhere you say us, but you have to organize the events. And we don't like this philosophy, so we have another criteria for Frankfurt 26. We will invite the authors to Frankfurt in the case that the publisher will actively support this event, or when the publisher says, okay, you will invite the author to the Frankfurt, so we will organize another event for him. You have just one event in your pavilion or at the national stand, and we will organize another one. But back to your question, our experience say there's no problem at all.
If I may, as a follow-up, so what is the turnaround for the application? So if I submit for the 15th of May, when will I learn about the result?
This year it was July 1st, so you can see there's always, let's say, a term of 4 till 6 weeks.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah.
You mentioned that you work together with the cultural institutions of different countries. And it reminds me when a few years ago, 6 years ago, I was invited in the Czech Cultural Institute in Budapest to a presentation of Czech books. I don't know if it's something with you or it was their initiative on their own, but it was an amazing program. In a huge room, they presented hundreds of Czech books, of course, mainly beautiful books, so not novels, of course, but there were some novels too, so they explained it also. And I think it's a huge it's an event with a huge preparation, so they had to have all these books. It's not simple to travel all these books. This is something that you do, for example?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and we do it always in cooperation, and this is related to the grants I was talking about. So even the Czech Culture Centers, they are our partner, let's say, in the Susanna Roth Award, but in this case, they are as the others cooperative partners, and they have those two grants for authors and grants for the events. So they can contact us, and we have also 2 deadlines per year, and they can send us a very easy application, and I just talked about what we support. And we always want to be part of it, so we never pay 100%. With the exception of authors. So we always say, because there's a special philosophy of the Ministry of Culture, and I like this philosophy, that they would like to support direct authors much more than the organizers of events. So that's the decision why we pay up to 70% of costs to the organizers. But if an author asks us, I go by myself to, I don't know, Albania, because there is a launch of my new book supported by the Ministry of Culture, then we are willing to pay 100% of the total costs. And the reason is also to teach our authors to be independent, to be proud, and to travel abroad, and to show I can do it, because I don't know how it is, for example, in Taiwan, but our authors are sometimes, how shall I say it, like small children, and they want to have help with everything, and with our active presence abroad, they are worried to be on the stage or to go to the hotel, etc. So we think it's a good way how to teach them, no, you have a lot of money now and you can be proud and you can travel abroad and we will be on the phone, etc.
Okay. Wonderful.
Maybe you know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Thank you very much, Martin, for the wonderful presentation and the information. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Presentation, I need Oliver to help me.
Yeah. So, so our next presentation is Spring Hill. So Patience Chuang will be presenting, but we'll have to wait for. No, we'll ask Oliver if he could come over here. Okay, yes. So Oliver will come for the Q&A. Okay. So yes, Patience, over to you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Patience. The name suits to be an editor, I think. And I'm the editor-in-chief of Spring Hill Publishing House in Taiwan. Spring Hill has started our publishing career since 2018. So it is still not too old or not too young. Compared with other publishing houses in Taiwan, our focus lies mostly in making original books, covering fiction and nonfiction titles. Only 20% is for translated books. I'm glad and excited to be here and to meet everyone in Brno. Is that right? Brno. Because I think I learned that not only we feel embarrassed when people call us Thailand instead of Taiwan. I think Slovak has also the same embarrassing moment with Slovenia. So I learned that your complicated histories here and ethnic issues in every country, that inspired me so much. I started to feel that the gap between you and me maybe is not too large because we in Taiwan also has such long debating issues here. That's about the profile of Spring Hill. And like every country, I think Taiwan's unique instinctiveness has shaped Taiwan's unique history has shaped the instinctiveness of our writers and books. From our publishing house's perspective, Taiwanese writers and scholars across different generations and fields have always been asking one just question: who are we? What's our relationship with the world? I can illustrate the portrait of Taiwan from 3 aspects. First, it transformed from a Japanese colony into a modern society from 1895 to 1945. And the second, this country is constructed by immigrants from different times, and we have the 16 indigenous tribes who have already lived here for thousands of years. At last, due to the civil war in China after World War II, Taiwan remains unrecognized internationally and continues to face threats from China. Based on these foundations, I will introduce the literary and nonfiction works of Spring Hill Publishing. The first is Yang Shuangzi's book. It is called Taiwan Travelogue. It is a novel set during the Japanese colonial time through the ambiguous relationship between a Japanese female writer and a Taiwanese woman. It portrays the power dynamics between the colonizer and the colonized. This work combines railway travel, delicious food, female emotions, and is very popular among the readers. The Japanese and English rights has been sold. Because of good sales, the Japanese publishers has also bought the author's new book. The English version will be out in the US this November. You can see that Yang Shuangzi's latest book is set in an old house left from the Japanese time. She writes the lives of 5 Taiwanese women from different ethnic groups. The story also features warm emotions and experiences of female growth. They are all reflecting Taiwan's past. Taiwan's unique political situation has also influenced novelist Huang Chongkai. His writing is greatly influenced by Portuguese writer Sarah Mango and is good at using historical materials to mirror contemporary political issues. His novel, The Formosa Exchange, imagines Cuba and Taiwan both under the threat from powerful neighbors, suddenly swamping places overnight. It all changes the international geopolitical landscape. So why would that happen? And what if a Taiwanese indigenous person were elected as a president? This title has also been sold in Spanish and Mongolian languages. I don't know you know what is the Formosa means. It is a name Portuguese mariners called the island when they see the island over the ship and the sea. So the Formosa means beautiful island. But actually, there are many Formosa places in the world. But since 17th century, Taiwan's name in Europe is Formosa. So you can remember this name because we have many names in history. And in fact, about the Taiwanese indigenous people, they are still politically disadvantaged in our society. For instance, this book is written by Huang Hanyao. It's a prose book. The Lost River describes how the survival of these indigenous people, because they are threatened by solar energy development right now. This book has won all the literary awards in Taiwan over the past 2 years and is considered the best writer in nature and ecological issues of the new generation. It combines literary beauty with multi-species ethnography knowledge. Additionally, the author is also an excellent painter. Next, I will introduce a few nonfiction works. Perhaps you already have a sense of Taiwan's strange history. And this book is a historical study, and it will clearly explain why Taiwan's political situation is so absurd. The author, Professor Chen Cuilian, uses a lot of number of American archives to explore the power dynamics between the KMT government. I have to explain what's the KMT government. It was the authoritarian region in our past. So this book is about the triangle relationship between the KMT government, US, and the Taiwanese civil society after World War II. I can just say that this book is the most important political history book in recent years in Taiwan. The strange aspects of Taiwan's history continues to influence Taiwan today. Taiwan not only faces military threats from China, but also cognitive war, such as fake news and misinformation. The author is an experienced international journalist who deeply interested in how misinformation affects contemporary people. He traveled to 8 countries across Europe, Southeast Asia, and Taiwan to have a comprehensive report on how misinformation has become an industry and manipulates our daily life and political choices. Next is the history of Taiwanese fine arts. We introduced in this 2 volumes book 108 important artists over the past 200 years, including not only Taiwanese, but also Japanese and Chinese artists. From the perspective of art history, one can better realize that Taiwan is a hybrid nation. It spans traditional Chinese ink painting like this, and to sculpture, and to contemporary art styles. And finally, I would like to introduce a very special book about a special author about natural history. The author You Zhijie is a popular science writer in Taiwan in recent years. This biogeographer pays special attention to Taiwan's mountain plains, such as how Taiwan has plains from southern hemisphere, and why some trees only found in Taiwan, Japan, and the western United States. The trees across the whole Pacific Ocean. Moreover, despite we are being in subtropical, but the origin of Taiwan's mountain plains is the Himalayas and China's Henduan Mountains. Why are plains such crazy travelers? These two books are also with beautiful and abundant illustrations and photos. I will try to show some. This is the highest mountain in Taiwan. Its name is Jade Mountain, Yushan. And all the flowers over the mountain. So, back to the topic today. Why we call Taiwan an accidental state? Because we have many names in history. First, we are called Formosa by European people. And after that, we became Chinese in Qing Empire dynasty. And after that, we became Japanese. And after that, we became Chinese again. But today, I think all the people in Taiwan want to find their own name. I think maybe Taiwan is what we like to code. Yeah, so this is my presentation today, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Patience, for the presentation. Oliver, if you'd like to come, and here is your. I have a question. So, about the profile, the identity of Spring Hill. Would you say that national identity of Taiwan is a central topic for Spring Hill?
大家要知道，台湾的那个 identity 是不是春城出版社的一个很重要的题目
？OK， 我想是it actually is the 是我们关注的一个主题这样子，因为我觉得在台湾就是说，事实上很多当代的问题一定跟过去历史的讨论是有关的，但是我们有非常多历史的内容，其实一直并没有被好好的讨论，所以我觉得如何在出版就是整理出这一些历史的脉络，然后成为当代重要问题讨论的基础，我觉得非常重要。
So I think it is a very important topic because a lot of the contemporary problems we're encountering in Taiwan actually have to do with historical issues, and this is why we think that in our publishing we should focus on these historical issues.
Thank you. I'll also ask about the size of the publishing house. So roughly how many titles do you publish every year? And how do you kind of approach your writers?
A year we may publish 24 titles or so. So it's difficult to publish more because we have many difficulties, and in making these original books, we have many more time to talk with the authors. Maybe he's a journalist, or she is a professor, or the writer, the novelist, but maybe they have to spend 3 years or even 5 years in finishing a book. Yes.
Okay. And my last question is, do you also publish works in translation? So translate works about Taiwan or other topics in Taiwanese?
会，就是说，其实我们也会翻译蛮多其他国家的书进来。虽然说我说我们只有20%是翻译的，但是因为台湾遇到很多，譬如说白色恐怖 （White Terror） 的问题，或者是 transitional in 那个 justice 转型正义的问题，所以我们也会翻译，比如说印尼有关于大屠杀的书，或者是德国有关纳粹大屠杀的书。然后甚至是其他国家怎么讨论他们的 national identity 的问题。
So even though I mentioned that we only publish about 20% of translated books, but actually we do publish quite a few works in translation. And because Taiwan went through this period of white terror, we also pay attention to publishing books on, for instance, topics like massacres in Indonesia, politically motivated massacres, or, for instance, the massacres that were committed by Nazi Germany.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the floor? No. If not, well, thank you very much, Patience, for your presentation, and thank you, Oliver, for the translation. I have a suggestion that we take a short break, and that we start at 10:30 with Bureau Literackie. Okay, so we'll start at 10:30. That's 13 minutes for refreshment and a comfort break. Okay, so let's come back for 11:30 for Bureau Literackie. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Naprosto. Děkuji. Teď. Co by se stalo? To nevím, to možná...
Sorry? Do you have my presentation, or should I give it to you?
I should have it.
Because I've sent it yesterday, late at night, so maybe...
It should be here.
We also have a pen drive. Yeah, we have also a USB, if that helps.
This is... Hold on. This is Tomáš Žízek. No.
I've sent it to Petr, so...
Oh, Petr Minařík?
Uh-huh.
So in that case, I don't have it.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
So that's what I...
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
It would have to be Vera, and then I would have it.
Unfortunately, I did not have your email address.
That's fine. No worries at all.
So those the two PDFs that...
Both of them? Okay.
Well, we need the presentation and the catalog is just to show and send later to the publishers if they...
Okay, yes, I'll do it this way. Okay, and...
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
chciało przedraptować razem. Mogę się iść tu. Więc ja przyłączę? Jerzy Jarniewicz. Mamy Jerzy Jarniewicz? Mamy. Bronka. Nie mamy Bronki.
Tych nie mamy.
Co?
Tych nie mamy.
A czym jest ten?
No, po prostu
Wieża? Boże, wieża. Poezja? Okay. A to nie był debiut, nie?
Nie.
No, to czekaj. Books? No to masz... Translation Books for Children, Authors. Jerzy Jarniewicz. Esej. Debiuty. Tadeusz. Kanon. A co z tym?
No to też jest...
To ci daję do
Poezja.
translation.
Okay.
Books, translation, books, translation. Proszę, już wszystko.
Dziękuję.
Jeps. Zrobię ci fotę. Zrobię ci fotę.
Ciekawe.
To był Przemek Czech czy Paweł Czech? Tak? Chyba ja po prostu jeszcze znam z liceum, jak to się nazywa Paweł? A Ilustras? Nie mogę mówić. Chyba jestem. Chyba jestem artystą.
Okay. Yeah. I thought we were starting at 11:30, but I think it's 11:40 then. Może tak jakoś, żeby było znów prosto. Tak, bo nie jesteś, to się czuję fartem.
Apologies for the
No problem.
delay. We will catch up.
Yeah, no worries.
We have a lot of time. I don't know if you...
Yeah, we're all fine. Okay, thank you very much, Kvoka, for coming back. Sorry for the slight delay. Coffee was very interesting, and also there were lots of discussions going on. I'm really fascinated by the connections that are being established and the links, and we will be sharing all the contacts and all the presentations with whoever is interested. We'll send it out, so don't worry if you missed a name or if you missed a contact. And it's very important that we follow it up, because there are opportunities. We just need to know about them. And also thank you very much for all your questions, because it's where the important intercultural work is happening. We have 3 presentations before lunch. The first is the Polish publishing house Biuro Literackie, and Jakub Jakubik and Karolina Sznurawa will be presenting. Am I correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for having us here. That's the first thing. We'll try to be as brief as possible, but we can speak for hours, literally. So if there's any problem, don't hesitate to just stop us any moment you wish, any moment you want. We will try to be as brief as possible. So I will hand over to Jakub to talk about.
And if you have any questions, just please ask, because the discussions are the most intriguing part. So I can go on about what is happening and the history, but I think that's the not most important part. So you probably may know some of my colleagues from last year. So we are basically working with Ola Olszewska and Artur Burszta, which are probably people you know. And I am the one that is trying to get in their shoes and help them with the presenting and getting to the world with our books. So Biuro Literackie was originally started in 1996. The first project that brought us together was a literary festival. So we started with the festival, and later on we decided to make a publishing house, because we had so many wonderful authors and so many wonderful books that we wanted to share. So what you can see here are the latest, our project, translation project. So I wanted to highlight for example, Benedek Todt from Hungary, or Marek Wadas with Ucieczka from Slovakia, or Jan Szkrop from Czech Republic. So some of you probably know Biuro Literackie from those connections. So we are very proud of them, and we wanted to continue them. We publish around 40 to 50 books a year. To this day, we published around 750 books, and won about 200 prizes and awards. So basically, we did not win them, our authors did. This is important to note. We are just helping to give them the voice and opportunity to rise and shine. So a few things about the books, what we are actually publishing. We are mostly focusing on poetry, which is not the most prominent, or maybe the most prominent, but not the best-selling types of books on the market. But we are trying to make our best to promote them outside the circle of poets, because mostly our books are interesting for the communities, close communities of poets, where the word of mouth is the best promotion, but at the same time, it is very difficult to go outside and invite new readers. So it's a great challenge. We are still trying to figure it out. So maybe that's an opportunity also to talk with you. How do you promote poetry outside the circle? The answer is, I don't know yet, but we are trying to do it the best way. We also do anthologies, of course, of poetry, poetry as a single books, prose, essays, drama sometimes, so classic poetry, lyrics, comics, books for children, all in the themes of poetry. So it's a way of thinking of poetry in a broader sense, in the sense of the equality of the words and how much a single word can mean. Also in drama, also in the books for children. Yeah. So we are working mostly originated with Polish authors. But there was a time that we discovered that we should invite new authors from our neighbors and later from all around the world and translate their works to Polish. So we developed or published around 200 translated books to this day. Most important series probably are the anthologies of poetry. So we did American, we did Czech, we did French, Latin America, Russian, Ukrainian, Hungarian. So we are trying to give a Polish reader a glimpse of other culture to further them to encourage to seek for more. So this is our try or our mission to promote poetry also from another countries in Poland. And also we are working on translations for prose and like books for children in the sense of projects. So what you have seen here is a project called the New Canon of European Literature. So 21 books from 21 different countries touching the most contemporary problems. So this is our way of saying literature has a way to touch us, to change the world, not only to give us a chance for a rest. So maybe this is another important thing, how to promote this kind of literature, because you're probably easier to hop on a podcast now or a YouTube video on some issue. But we wanted to say that literature is also a way of saying very, very different and important things about the world.
Just one more word about the translation. So it's important for us to focus on the direct translations. We don't really look for the translations from English from the different countries. We would like to get the idea, get the glimpse, get the best meaning of the original work. That's why it's very important for us to work with the translators from different languages, not just the most popular ones. But we also believe that the literary adventure starts from, or maybe not starts, but flourish in the youngest age. That's why we took the step forward within Biuro Literackie to get into this direction. As you could see, we already published Marek Wadas from Slovakia, who was mentioned before. We also published the Lithuanian author. We also have our Polish books for children. And it's not much, but it's honest work. And what we do around the books is we create the space for children to not only read them, but also experience them in a way of performative acts. So here you can see the picture from the not this year, but a few years ago, there was an event with the live music, with the reading, with a lot of fun activities around the book. This year we invited more than 200 children from the Kołobrzegiem primary school for the event. There was a reading with the performance of this cloth doll, kind of like Patinki thing, you know.
So glove puppets.
Yes, glove puppets. So yes, 200 of children. That's a lot of them. So I think you can imagine the whole place was full.
And not only with children, that's important to mention.
Yes, actually the people who took part in our festival were very interested in this event, and they asked us if they can join us, if they can visit the place, if they can hear, because they also think about their children as a future, or maybe not even future, but now a reader. Yes, so so we also develop in this direction.
And also, like the most important part of our family are, of course, the authors that we invite every year to our festival. And basically, every author that publishes in Biuro Literackie is not obliged, but very welcomed to visit us, to read, to talk about her literature. And we try to, this also means that the international authors are visiting us. So every year, every international authors, which is around 6 or 5 of them, are visiting us to talk and share their experiences. We publish many. I don't want to bore you with all the names. You can check it on our website if you're interested. But I wanted to mention one of the most important, or the ones that are very closely together with Biuro Literackie for a long time. One of them is Jerzy Jarniewicz, who is an academic scholar in Łódź. He is also a translator from English, very accomplished and acclaimed person. And he also won a Nika Award, one of the most important literary awards in Poland, if not the most important one, for poetry, which is not very common. And we wanted to highlight that because we were very, well, surprised in a way. Jerzy Jareniewicz also was surprised with this win. But we think that it was very much deserved for many years of his work. So this is his book Mondo Cane. I have it here if you want to look at it. I will leave it somewhere there. Also, another interesting figure is Bronka Nowicka with kind of a novel or short stories, but it is very close to poetry. So also she has won a Nike Award a few years before Jerzy Jareniewicz with a very word-oriented or book which explores the wording and the etymology and also the social issues. So it is a very important book, very acclaimed and now very popular among the academic scholars. So it's worth seeing and worth mentioning. Also another figure, Eugeniusz Tkaczyszyn-Dycki. I know it sounds really weird for you probably, but it's a very, very great person. Probably one of the most, in my opinion, important authors or poets at the time, during this time, contemporary artists and poets. I like to see him as a person that comes over, after Szymborska and Różewicz, but with very different way of speaking about his feelings, about his inner experiencing of the world. So he also won a Nike Award for poetry. So it is a very, very rare thing. I know it doesn't seem like that because we have 3 authors for poetry that I just described it to you, but this is literally 3 authors for the last 20 years or so. So this is not a normal thing. Also, I wanted to mention about essays because we wanted to open the world for the world of poetry for the thoughts or the other way of speaking. So a brief mention. The book of Joanna Roszak is about Netflix and poetry, how the poetry evolves in Netflix series, where you can see that, how does it work, how do filmmakers use the poetry. Inga Iwasiów's book, very acclaimed literary scholar, is about her experience traveling as an academic scholar and author. We also are very much focusing on debutantes. So that's our debuts, the prose and 3 poet books. Because I'll mention it later, we have a special kind of workshops around that. So we are very much giving voices to, or spreading the voices of very young authors that are eager to make it further. We also focused on classics. Tadeusz Różewicz, you may know him. He's also the person that chose us as his last publishing house that he cooperated with before his death. So we also have his books and the collection of poems that he published throughout the years. And that's the new canon of European literature I've mentioned earlier that you may know or like for the graphic design, which I really enjoy, to be honest. Also, there is a project called Asia, which we started a few years ago to involve and also give a chance to poetry to rise, of the Asian poetry to rise in Poland, because there's a great interest in Asia, but mostly in prose. So we figured out there's a great chance that we can share some of the most prominent poetry authors from Asia, which is who is Kim Yi-dyum, Hiromi Ito last year, or this year, and Kim Hye-sun last year. Here you can see our festival, how it looks, how it works. I don't want to talk too much about this because it's a very different topic, but this is a way of promoting our books, of making a community very invested and interested in our books. Also, we are working with our authors to represent them, to open their work to international publishers. Of course, this is a very long or hard process, but our Polish poets also need a representation, and we are trying to make our best to interest the world with their poetry.
Okay, so just a few words. So our festival is not only about the reading and the authors who already are published, but it's also about the educational projects, which means we invite, in our opinion, the most avant-garde, the most interesting poets, and not only poets, but overall writers, to take part in our workshop during the festival, which is very intensive and tiring for some. We also hold projects about translations, so we invite future translators or people who are willing to get involved in this field. But what I experienced this year, it was very difficult to find people who are interested in translating from different countries, not as popular. So we were trying to open the workshop for Danish language, Moldavian, Lithuanian, and they just didn't have enough of interest.
Japanese also.
And Japanese, so it was actually very surprising for us that even if we gave this opportunity to people, they just weren't as much interested in this as we would think they are. So I think that's another topic for debate. But besides that, we also invite, as I mentioned before about the children, we also invite teenagers to take part in the festival and to vote for the best reading of the festival. So we gathered people from the high schools in Kołobrzeg or in Kolberg, and we invite them for the readings, and then we create a space so they can discuss the books which were read and decide which one was the best in their opinion. So it creates the space for the young people to have a voice, to decide what is the best received, what is the most interesting, which topic is now in their minds, what they're focused about. This year, the winner of the young prize was Hiromi Ito, so the Japanese author.
She's talking mostly about. She's probably one of the first feminist poets of Japan, and very broadly experiencing the topic. So it's still in Poland very important. That's why probably. So international projects, a brief way of talking. We're also opening to different places that we can share our festival experiences. We've been in Barcelona, Berlin, Edinburgh, Copenhagen, Oslo, Prague, and New Delhi with a smaller editions of festivals. And yeah, we are open to cooperation very much, to visit new countries, to visit or to invite new countries to Poland to share their experiences. And thank you. And also a brief note, I've prepared a brief catalog. If you write me or Pavel can send it to you, you can watch some of the our propositions.
That was the second PDF we had there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much for the presentation full of information. I really greatly appreciate the events that you organize, not only for adults but also for kids. And it's great to see the work that you are doing, also what Katalin was talking about in the morning about Mora's event. I have a very brief question. Have you published any Taiwanese literature yet?
No yet, but I think the Asia project is an opportunity to publish, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. I would have another question to ask about how you work with translators, but that's probably for another debate. Do you have any questions from the floor? Yes, there is one, and I'm coming with a microphone.
Thank you. You mentioned that you also publish children's books, but what kind? But do you have to say, because we didn't see any of them in your presentation?
Okay, yes. Actually, I did not give them to the presentation, but those are poetry books. So we're exclusively seeking for poetry books for children. So they're also very much picture books, mostly. They're from different age groups. We don't have like a specific target. So maybe that's the reason why we don't have readers, because we are just, this is a new idea, right? We are trying to open for that market, more with the events and the books being some kind of an opportunity to make an event. Maybe that's not the correct way of using those books, but our experience is that the children really like experiencing those events. So those are mostly picture books that we can show, and the ones that we can interpret, for example, by inviting artists for a puppet show. So this is the way of thinking, because poetry not lacks text, but the text is very much semantic, full of semantic figures. So with not a lot of text, we can show a lot. So this is our way of thinking. But this is still new for us.
But if I might interrupt Jakub for a second, we just had a conversation during the break that we use the word poetry, but we don't really limit ourselves to poetry only. We look for poetic characteristics, which are also very visible in the prose of some kinds of. Everything what may interest us as a notion of the symbolism, of the semantic meaning is something we would like to look into, I would say. Yeah. Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much for the answer, Philip.
Thank you. Given your proximity, not just geographic, but also historical to Ukraine, I was wondering if you have published anything from current Ukrainian authors, but also in general, with an overview of the Polish publishing market. Do you see Ukrainian authors being more translated, published, and promoted, or not necessarily?
Yes, to be honest, very much. There's a great interest, not only in our publishing house, because we're very close with Serhii Zhadan, so we've published him a few times, but I know he published also in other publishing houses in Poland. But not only Serhii Zhadan, I know there is an ongoing anthology of poetry of Ukrainian authors. We also published one, and it's not a short anthology, it's a big anthology. So yeah, there is a great interest. Also, there is an interest that was before the geographic and political events, because many Polish authors and Ukrainian authors feel connection to Poland and to Ukrainian in like a specific way, also because of the culture. So yeah, this is an ongoing thing. I think it's now it's like more prominent because, or more popular because of the situation, but it was ongoing for a very long time. And we have Bogdan Zadura, who is our translator for the works, very acclaimed also poet. So yeah, there's a great interest in that, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm just aware of time. So thank you very much, Jakub. Thank you very much, Karolina, for the presentation.
Thank you.
I will just open the next one. It should be ready. And it is. Is it? It is. Yes, it is. And I would like to invite Liu Hongfeng from Initial Publishers. So. Small bookshop, or little bookshop. Oliver.
So how to the next page? Oh yeah, and I want to play.
Come back. Do you have a?
No, I have the film.
Does it play?
Yes, but it seems not from the start.
Why does it not work? Is it playing? It should be playing.
Yeah, the second one. Yes, this one. And where is the play game?
It doesn't. Okay, hold on. Let me do another thing here then. I will start this one.
No.
No,
no.
That's your script. I don't know why this is not happening.
Okay, or I can search in. No, it's okay.
No, it doesn't
No, it's
say.
okay. No, it's okay.
Sorry.
Yes. So maybe go to the next page. Yes. 大家好，我是从台湾来的小写出版。我们的主要是是出版是奠基在一间书店上面。
Yeah, welcome. I'm from Small Idea Publishing, I think.
Yeah.
And we're mainly focused on one bookshop, actually, originally.
来到捷克的这几天，我去了布拉格的书店跟布尔诺的书店，然后我发现这些书店呢，它比较多是能够专心在卖书上面，但是呢，台湾的小型书店或者是大型的书店，现在已经很难，只有卖书这件事。
So these last few days after my arrival here in the Czech Republic, I had a look at bookshops in Prague and Brno, and what I found was that most of these shops actually very much focus on selling books, but small ones and big ones as well. But in Taiwan, the situation is that bookshops do not only focus on selling books anymore.
我有发现布拉格有一间 Global bookstore， 那它也有开设写作坊，然后也有很多的reading club。那在小小书房也是一样，我们固定每周会有读书会，然后也会有写作坊，然后呢也会有跟出版社合作，会有作家的签书会或者是新书发表会。
So I found a bookshop in Prague, a global bookshop, where they organize events also, like writing workshops and book launches. And this is also what we do in smaller bookshops in Taiwan, where we organize events, where we have authors and publishers also introducing new books.
我往下一页。所以我们不只是面向出版一般的出版社所出版的书，我们也会发现在出版业里头可能所缺少的一些主题，比如说哲学或者是音乐方面的出版品。
So we're not only focusing on what the publishers offer, we also look at topics that seem to be not so well catered to. Things like philosophy, for instance, or topics like music.
比如说音乐好了，我们在6年前开设了1整年的音乐课程。
So, as for music, for instance, we established 1 year ago. We established a kind of class on music.
因为我们发现年轻人他们听串流已经跟我们这个时代不一样，他们比较不会知道音乐的脉络，或者是说流派。
So this is because we actually found that young people, when they listen to music, they're not necessarily so knowledgeable about connections between different kinds of music or different genres of music.
所以其实我们是真正的用意是希望能够促成音乐类的出版品能够再度出现在我们的书市上面，因为这一类的出版品非常的少。
So we would also hope to kind of promote or initiate the publication of books related to this topic, because in our book market, these sorts of topics are not so well represented.
所以实际上，作为一间书店，我们做的事情非常的多。那作为独立书店，我们还非常关切整个书市跟出版业的一个变化，因为我们是第一线面对读者的书店。
So we are a small bookshop, but we're actually doing quite a lot of different things. So we would pay attention to developments on the book market, because we are actually directly facing the reading audience.
也因为这样子，所以我们开始会关注出版的部分，是在于，譬如说几年前我们发现说，写诗的人在台湾非常的多，但是诗人他们很难，或者是新秀，他们很难会有机会去出版他们的第一本书。
So one thing we found was, for instance, that there are a lot of poets actually in Taiwan, but the opportunity for kind of newly emerging poets to publish their work, they are actually fairly rare. So we're looking for possibilities for those.
所以我们第一本出版的书其实是诗集。
So our the first title we published was actually a poetry collection or poetry, collection or anthology.
出版诗集的好处就是说，你不用去一开始就预想它一定会有很大的印量，或者是它一定会有很多人买它。
But the good thing about publishing is that you don't necessarily have to plan for a huge print run or huge sales numbers from the outset.
我可能只要有500或1000，我就找到这个500或1000个读者，我不用去想说我要找5000、10000个读者。
So it's actually quite okay to have sales numbers of, let's say, 500 to 1,000. It doesn't have to be 5,000 or 10,000.
那到现在我们出版社也有13年。
So our publishing house already exists for 13 years.
我们出版的类型里头有蛮多的，它是给它 ，it's the old PPT, but it's okay. I renewed.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but no, it's okay.
I will. When we send the emails, I
Yeah,
will
yeah,
send
yeah.
the new
Oh,
one,
it's okay,
and I
it's okay.
apologize for the video as well.
这几年由于我们专注比较多是在诗歌的出版上面，所以也有一些就是在台湾已经非常有名的诗人，他会来找我们合作出版。
So these last few years, we actually focus a lot on lyrical poetry, and therefore there have been some famous poets who actually came to us.
像林语。
For example, 林语。
那他的有一本诗集叫《田园下午5点49分》这一本。
So there's one anthology. You see it up there, the second one from the left in the first row.
那这本诗集算是我们卖的最好的诗集。
So this collection, it's called 5:49 in the afternoon. This is actually our best-selling poetry collection.
下午5点49分的意思就是我们所说的那个 magic time.
This moment, 5:49 in the afternoon, this is what we would call the kind of magic time.
这个其实是第2个版本。第1个版本我们是有点像就是这个叫什么经书一样的金折装，这有点难解释，但我没有带来。对。
So this is actually the second edition of this book. The first one was a kind of special edition, 金折装. I'm not with this particular book format, which I'm not aware of at the moment.
Okay, and it can open like a river, very long.
It's a Leporello.
然后那一版有2000本，很快就卖完了。
So of this edition, this title, there were 2,000. The print run was 2,000, and they were all sold out.
那我想可能会有一点，就是在这个销量上面是这样，就是呢，有很多的读者反映给我们说，因为那个书啊很难直接读，所以他们要买一本读，买一本收藏。
So a lot of readers actually approach us saying that they buy 2 copies of these books. One is for reading and one is for collecting.
那我们也有一个诗人叫尹妮，他是也曾经是独立书店的老板，然后后来独立书店他就是收了之后，他的就是说他后来就专心在写诗上面，然后他是很有名的猫奴诗人。
So we have another contemporary poet here who was originally the boss of an independent bookshop, but then also wrote poetry, became a poet, and she produced, or she's writing kind of poetry. It's called Manu.
She loves cats.
Oh, so she's a slave to felines. Slave to cats. Okay.
在中文可以这样子讲，那也因为就是这几年我们开始会关注很多的环境议题，以及我们身为一个海洋国家，所以呢，我们也非常关心，就是有 关注海洋议题，然后或者是海洋方面的诗歌的诗人。
So in the last few years, environmental topics have become more important, and because we're a maritime country, an island, we hope that in the future there will be more attention being paid to issues of marine ecology, environmental issues to do with the ocean, and so there is one publication with this sort of topic.
OK， 那诗歌之外呢，我们也出小说或者是少量的漫画，然后这个漫画其实是我们的一个动画导演他所画的漫画。
In addition to poetry, you're also publishing fiction, novels, but also cartoons and comic books.
No, comics.
Comics, yes. This is actually a comic that was created by a very famous director of cartoons.
它的原始尺寸是它的2倍，就是这是缩小版的1/2的尺寸。
So this is just half the original size of the book. It's a kind of smaller reproductions, only half the original size.
那也开始出就是幼儿的互动的语言书。这个幼儿书它其实是4个语言，有华语、英文、台语跟客语。
So there are also books for children to actively learn languages. So this is a primer actually for reading in 4 different languages. So there is Chinese, there is Taiwanese, there is Hakka, and there was what's the first one, fourth one?
客家英文 OK 好，那去年最大的一个出版就是对我们来讲是很重要的一个出版品，就是吴明益的《海丰酒店》。
So in these last few years, our most important publication is actually Wu Mingyi's new novel, the Hotel by the Ocean.
明益昨天在那个The Sea Breeze Club，OK， 明益昨天晚上有提到，就是说在他还没有那么知名的时候，其实曾经受邀就是到我们书店去演讲。
So he's also he came to our bookshop to hold give a talk about his new book for a book talk.
When he was not so famous, and 那时候他还没那么有名的时候，来的读者不到10个人。
So at that time, when he came for the first time, he was not that famous yet, and at that time there were only 10 readers who attended.
我前阵子有翻出之前我们通信的 email， 有邀请他来演讲的 email。
So recently, I kind of turned up, looked at these emails that I sent him to invite him for the book talk.
然后我到现在还记得当初是受到什么样的触动，然后我希望他能够来讲他的书给我们的读者。
So I still remember the kind of impulse I received to invite him and come over to talk to our readers.
但我不知道各位出版社有出版新秀出版的。会不会有时候会觉得很沮丧？
I don't know whether one of the other publishers here maybe has the experience of publishing something new and then having a kind of disappointing experience as a result.
因为新人的作品真的很难推广。
Because the works of newly emerging authors, they're very difficult to promote.
所以我们如果在书店遇到作者。
And this is why when we encounter our authors in the bookshop,
我都会问他
I would always ask them,
新书什么时候出来啊
when is your new book coming out?
所以我们会希望书店它是作家跟读者之间的桥梁。
So we would hope that the bookshop actually serves as a bridge between authors and reading audiences, readers.
但是，身为一个出版社，我们也希望我们能够把书市上面可能缺少的、没有的，或者是说有一些主流出版社不会关注的议题或书，然后透过我们的读者，然后将它出版。
But as a bookshop, we would also hope that we could, through our kind of function identity as a bookshop, make sure that kinds of books, topics that are being neglected would be also would enter the publishing market.
所以我们会关注可能已经消失在书市上面，但是我很喜欢的经典或者是作家。
And this is why I would pay a lot of attention to classical works of authors that I like very much, but that can't be found anymore on the current book market.
那同时也因为我们非常关注独立书店的议题，所以我们能够聚集台湾目前应该是还有好几百家的独立书店，他们可能有意愿，然后也非常积极的希望能够跟出版社有活动或者是接触。
This is why we tried to bring together independent bookshops, of which there are still several hundred in Taiwan, so that could get in contact with and interact with publishing houses.
但也要看作家有没有这个体力，因为像吴明益他就跑了80几间书店。
But it also depends on whether authors actually have the strength to go through with this, because, for instance, Wu Mingyi, he had to visit more than 80 bookshops altogether.
不过这样的回馈是非常直接的，因为他可以直接面对读者，然后他可以直接就是看到读者的反应或者是回应。
But this sort of encounter is actually very direct, because the author has the opportunity to directly interact with readers and also receive direct feedback from them.
所以我也鼓励我们的作者能够多跑活动。
And this is why I'm actually encouraging our authors to take part in more of these activities.
那今年这是他在花莲的首场。
And this is Wu Mingyi in Hualien.
这都是签书，直接面对读者。
So he's autographing his books here for readers.
非常小的书店。那这个是我们今年要第一本做的，就是2本翻译书。从这个时候开始，我们正式开始会出版翻译书，然后会去购买版权这样子。
And these are the first 2 books that we've put out in translation.
In translation, Julian Barnes, The Sense of an Ending and The Noise of Time. Together, they will be released on August.
So we started in this year actually to put out translations to acquire the rights for the translation of foreign works.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. How many titles a year do you publish?
Maybe 1 year a book.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the kind of systematic work of building the community, and it's almost coming back to the old system of publishing houses being the centers of the public sphere as clubs rather than the opening, and I really like that. Also, how you educate the readers. There are links with some of the previous presentations that we had that are actively promoting not only literature but trying to open discussions and open topics that readers have been doing. And I'm also grateful about the publication of poetry that connects, of course, not only to Bureau Literackie, but I'm very sad that Jiří Macháček from Protimluv could not be here yesterday, because they very prominently promote poetry as well. And I don't have a question, just words of appreciation, but if we do have questions from the floor, we have time for 1 or 2. Yes, wonderful.
General question, but it very much relates to what Bureau Literackie is doing. So, is there a place for young voices in poetry? And is there interest in young voices poetry? And it's just hard to promote those? Or is it just that the readers are not interested in new voices? This is like a very general question. I don't know the answer, but I am curious, what do you think about this?
书市有没有兴趣，就是读一些年轻诗人的一些诗歌，或者是出版社有没有兴趣出版他们的书，他们
我觉得牵涉到兴趣的问题是这样子，因为呢，现在整个时代非常的吵，然后而且非常的忙碌，每个人都很忙。
So it's very difficult to respond to. The current times are very kind of busy and noisy. Everybody is extremely busy.
然后每个人都想要说，但是不想要听。
Everybody wants to say something, but nobody wants to listen.
所以我们试着去唤起大家对于某一些古老的回忆，譬如说诗或者是歌。
And this is why we are trying to encourage people to engage with older poetry, for instance, older works.
所以我们并不太去问读者他们对什么东西有没有感兴趣，而是比较积极的会去跟他们分享我们感兴趣的是什么。
And this is why we do not necessarily proactively ask readers what they might be interested in. We are rather trying to approach them about what we find interesting and kind of bring that to them.
那我觉得作为书店跟出版社的一个好处是，我可以同时介绍别人出版社的书，这是你们不会做的。
And one advantage of having a publishing house and a bookshop is actually that I can introduce to readers books that have been put out by other publishing houses. This is something that you can't really do.
所以对我们来讲，比如说去找到年轻的读者，或者是更年轻的作者，然后他们其实自己都非常的积极的去寻找彼此。
And this is as for young readers, but also for young writers, usually they're very proactive and they will kind of find each other.
但我觉得在这个时代，你要找到彼此不是那么容易的一件事。
In this age, it's not necessarily so easy to find each other, encounter each other.
所以我觉得书店的功能或者出版的功能有其中一个很重要的任务，就是帮助我们的作者跟读者找到彼此。
And this is why I believe that our bookshops and publishers, they have a very important task, and this is to offer readers and writers an opportunity to encounter each other.
实际上面的 practical method， 就是去比如说办读书会 reading club， holding some literary events directly on bookshop, or we can open the online events to make the authors and the readers to get together online. And actually, there are some online bookshop like do the same thing. So you can use each method, like I write e-papers to introduce our books, interesting books, or interesting authors directed to our readers. They can receive by your box, and you would like to read because I also wrote something literal. My feelings to something or my feelings to books, they are not only marketing phrase. So you would like to read. Like my diary, a diary from a bookseller or something. Or maybe I will complain, no one go to bookshop. Will you have time this evening? Maybe? Okay, something like this.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much, Oliver, for translating. And I apologize once again for the video. We will send the PowerPoint with the updated version with the link. Okay. Our last presentation before lunch is Tomáš Řízek, who will be presenting on Milu Publishing, and I have hold on. I opened it here. Now it is here. So shall we? Mám to stáhnout, já to stáhnu. Jo. I will do this. With this. Yes. Okay.
Hello, dear friends. 大家好，我知道很多台湾人这里。 I am a founder of the Milu Publishing that exists in Czech Republic and that exists in Taiwan. We have two subjects and we try to search the best way for the combination, for the result. We exist 10 years, we was established 10 years ago. We cooperate with a lot of very important partners from Taiwan, from the Czech Republic, and sometimes with other countries. And all base, I recognize that some of the publishers have some special strategy, like to search the way for the marketing or for the communication with the readers. By this way, I use my personal career because I'm illustrator, designer, and teacher. I teach on the Chinese Culture University how to do illustrations in Taipei. And I have the experience with some things about the illustrations and about the publishing. By this way, I would be very happy if some of you may be interested about our Milu books with my illustrations that will be published in some countries in Central Europe. I did publish in my life more 80 books that I did illustrations. Our case started maybe 20 years ago that I did publish some illustrations for some Taiwan publishers that was published on Taiwan. By this way, after some time, I established with the Pavlina Kramska. She is our chef editor, Milu Publishing. By this way, that is our first book that we publish in Czech Republic. I will a little bit mix the things because our benefit is that we really try to mix all things together because I think that that is very important. The first author was the Mr. Liu Keqiang, very, very great Taiwan author. And we continue with publishing my picture books on Taiwan. By this way, in the time, developed several picture books with Palina, and we did publish in Taiwan. I living most of the year on Taiwan. By this way, I have the possibility really do the interaction with the people on some activities in the Taiwan. And I living in Czech too. By this way, I do some activities in Czech too. I think that is the best combination. We cooperate with a lot of famous authors. For example, here is the case, Mr. Professor Loching. And we started, I think that is many years ago, that is 2016, we started to do some exhibitions in Czech. That was a little bit introduction, the activities that we do later. And on the same time, I again developed my artist career on Taiwan. By this way, that is, for example, activities in the Taiwan Education Center, that is very big exhibition space in the central part of the Taipei that was with my paintings and with my illustrations. And I did, again, a lot of activities. And we do promotion our books and our, again, activities from both countries on book market, book fairs. Especially this is Taipei Book Fair. We attend like publisher every year, and some activities is with cooperation with some government organizations. We cooperate with the Taipei office in Prague. We cooperate with the Czech office in Taipei and another. That is very simple vision how many titles we did. We did more 20 Taiwan translations to Czech language. By this way, you see that is a lot activities. For example, the Matchbox box, that is the second book from the left side, was nominated for the Magnesia Literature, like the section, the translation. And some of the books we have translated to Czech language with cooperation, maybe, for example, Museum of Literature, that is the Vzpomínky a sny na obratníku Raka, Memories and Dream, because we again combine all possibilities that we have, because we have Czech company and Taiwan company. I every time have the possibility to communicate with the authors. One is possibility that I really can directly, a lot of authors are now me and we are friends. And another way is that I try to do every time do the illustrations for the books. By this way, for me, I need to really read all stories. I need to really do some interaction. We do exhibitions from these activities. For example, some of you visited now already the Moravská zemská library. There is big exhibition Taiwan literature that we produce, Milu Publishing, and you can see real books there. And another side is that some of our books was really recommended for the reading on Taiwan. That is one of the story from this picture book that is about the Atayal. And this English version was now in New York in presentation in New York Library, that like the one of the, I think, 13 or 15 best translation Taiwan literature to English language. For me is again, this possibility was very beautiful story because I met a lot of Aboriginal, I really can go inside the cycle community on the Taiwan. And after that, we decide, if we have so many books, we starting to do the higher level of the presentation. By this way, 3 years ago, we started to do the activities with the names Thinking Like Island. In Czech language is the Myslet jako ostrov. And under this title, we started or organize the activities that we present the books, we attend the book fairs, and every time invite some Taiwan authors to Czech, and we do some tour in some institution in the Czech Republic, in some libraries, because libraries now me like the illustrator, like publisher. By this way, that is again very good possibility how to mix all things together. Actually, we did 3 years tours. One of the possibility was that again I did my exhibition illustrations for the Aboriginal stories, and that was good possibility for the meeting with the Ministry of Culture Taiwan in Prague. By this way, he was very happy for this activity. And if I talking that I working another way too, we did the publishing, the Czech book, the very famous book Kytice, Karel Jaromír Erben. We did publish in Chinese translation. I did again exhibition I did too, but I did the illustrations. And this book is again recommended from the Ministry of Culture Taiwan for the reading for the students of the elementary and secondary school on the Taiwan. By this way, that is these activities. We do a lot of activities. You see, we visited many schools for our kindergarten. For me was very touching because, for example, the photo on the left side, that was some of the child was 2 years old. For me was so touching, yes. And that is second year, the Thinking Like Island. We invite Mr. Liu Keqiang and Egoyan Zhang. You see that a lot of important Czech politics visited our board, for example, Lady Pekarová or Minister of Culture. This book is my author book that I did. This book is some spirit from my experience on Taiwan, what I study on Taiwan. I use my paintings and I wrote the text. That is something like to encourage all person, because like I told, I teach on the Chinese Culture University how to do the picture book, and a lot of students asked me what we may do after we finish, how we need to survive. By this way, response is this my book, and sure, this book I think that is a little bit inside is all my experiences from Taiwan and what I'm sharing now with you. I continue with another books, a lot of books. We publish many types of the books, including the comics, and we prepare still another authors, some anthology, Chitaway, we discuss now with some publishers. And actually, I need to say that on the March 2024, these authors are our authors that attend this festival that is now in the Brno, Ostrava, and another cities. I do still some picture books on Taiwan. That is again from this year, the Thinking Like Island. And one of the special benefit for our marketing is my new project that I did with Taiwan author Julia Liu. She is very famous Taiwan author, and I asked to her to do the story for my illustrations for my picture book. This picture book was selected for the exhibition in the Bologna. That is something like the very, very big honor, Oscar for the movie, that is Oscar for the illustration. And for me, it's great that this book, now the illustration has the tour around the countries, around the world. And in Japan, in the one museum, is main poster with my illustration. That is, again, big honor for me. Mm-hmm. That is from the Bologna. And now we prepare the Czech version with support the Czech Ministry of Culture. And this book will be in September on the market, and that would be again good possibility for the presentation Taiwan to Czech.
It means My Dear Peculiar Friend. That's the name.
Yes,
My Dear Peculiar Friend.
And still I continue that we continue with the publishing on Taiwan. We published the Vždyť přece létat je snadné. I don't know how to translate this.
Flying is always so
it's
simple.
So easy. That is Professor Vyskočil, very famous theater man from the Czech Republic. And now is in translation the lady Kateřina Tučková, Žítkovské bohyně. That would be in Chinese language. I hope next year or maybe next year we will see this. For these all activities, that is for me big honor, because 1 year ago, Ministry of Foreign Affairs Czech Republic got me the Gratias EGIC Award for these all activities that I did in the previous 20 years with the culture exchange with the Taiwan and Czech Republic. We do a lot of activities. He is meeting with the director of Museum of Literature in Tainan. I do some activities in the elementary school in Taiwan and a lot of workshops. We do really the marketing. You see that I draw with the child on the bookstores, and we have our distributors in Czech Republic. We have our distributors in Taiwan. That is again last maybe slide. That is from the, you see that on the Taipei Book Fair we again use the that is Logic Sync, the one of the very good work.
Okay, thank you very much, Tomáš.
Thank you.
And I understand that you have an exhibition here.
Yes.
Yeah. So the publications of Milu are here for you to look at. I have two simple questions. Are you planning to translate Wu Mingyi's recent novel, The Sea Breeze Club, into Czech?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, just curious.
We have a very special, we are really thinking, and we have a serious schedule how we translate. Actually, on this time, we still working about another 6 books that we will publish in Taiwan language, Chinese language. But I discussed yesterday with Mr. Wu Mingyi that we something will do. Yes.
Also, we need the stolen bicycle as well.
Yes. Yeah. I hope.
Also, do you promote I have to say Taiwanese Czech, because it's really like a symbiosis of the two cultures in your activities? Do you promote it to other languages as well?
You mean on Taiwan?
Yeah. Yes.
On Taiwan, I think that we meet the another Taiwan languages in our books in translation, because like talk yesterday Mr. Wumini, some authors using some part of the languages from Japan, from Aboriginal. By this way, we met with this several times too, but no directly translation from because that is a little bit complicated, because that's not writing, or maybe from Japan. We will see that. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Do we have any questions from the floor? Yes, there is one, and I'm coming with the microphone.
Hi, thank you for this presentation and this long bridge between the islands, right? This is the great motto of Czech Republic in Frankfurt, upcoming Frankfurt Book Fair, like country near the ocean, right? Near the sea coast. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. But come back to the question. You said that the author, Taiwanese author, wrote the story for your illustrations for the last book, which won the prize in Bologna. So how was it? You started with the illustrations, and then she created the plot, or she created the story, and then you started illustrating it?
In this case, I have two new actors. By this way, I have in my mind this main actor, that is the Pipi, and I need select the second. By this way, that is the sample for this. Second is one bird that exists in Taipei in some park. Sometimes I look for this. And author wrote for me the story. By this way, I sent to her the two main actors, and she wrote the story. I every time need control all things.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Okay, if not, please have a look at the exhibition. And thank you very much to Tomáš Řízek for presenting Milu. And thank you very much for everyone for their attention, for their questions, and for the presentations. There is an exhibition, and there is also some exhibition of food that can be tasted. So, and let's come back for 2 o'clock for our afternoon panel. Bon appétit, dobrou chuť, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. I hope everyone is refreshed, and if we are back online, greetings to everyone who's watching. So we are coming to the afternoon session of the second day of the Book Industry Forum. I want to tell you that we are going to be human this afternoon, so we'll have 2 presentations and then a coffee break. So that we can rehumanize ourselves and come back. The first presentation of this hot afternoon is the NGO, the non-governmental organization Dialog, who are also publishing. But we have from Ukraine. We have Hrihory Semenchuk here to present, and he's over here ready. So Hrihory, over to you.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, I'm very happy to be here, to see the people whom I know for many years and to meet a new people in this event. I will tell you a little bit about our NGO, Artistic Council Dialog. Actually, the official legal name is quite longer. I'm not a big fan of this long name, but we use it because of the law. So actually, I try to not disappoint you because my presentation will be not just about literature projects or the books, because our NGO making a lot of different cross-sectoral and multidisciplinary projects. And I shortly will try to explain you what we're doing. Here is the information about our NGO. It was founded in 2011. As a short explanation of our idea, it was a network of different cultural institutions, organizations, independent artists who, on the base of our NGO, can realize and can receive the resources to develop their projects. I'm managing the NGO from 2016, and we'll tell you briefly about our projects. First of all, projects related to the literature, of course, and it's author reading months in Lviv. Actually, before we launch author reading months in Lviv, for 7 years I was a director of the Lviv International Literature Festival and the Book Fair. It's one of the biggest literature events in Ukraine, for sure oldest one. And during my work in this festival, I met Lucia Rehozhikova, and as a translator from the Czech from Ukrainian to the Czech language. And for many years we have very nice friendship. She brings a lot of Czech writers to our book fair and literature festival. And then she became a director of the Czech Center in Kyiv in 2015. And from that time, once she came to Lviv with Pavel Rehozhik and Petr Minazik, invite me for the meeting and give me a proposition, make me a proposition to involve Lviv and Ukraine into months of author reading months. For me, it was quite a risky idea, because to imagine that we can organize so big event in summer time when like so many writers coming every day reading. But I'm a risky guy, so we decided to join with our city. And the first year in 2015, also guest of honor was the Ukraine. I will show you some photos. That's how festival looks like now. It's photos from last weekend. We have the festival now just for 2 days during last 2 years because of the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine. But But we are very happy that we are already making it 9 years, and every year we are successful. We have our own audience who are coming not just for Ukrainian writers, but also for foreign writers who we invite. We organize this now in the theater of Lesia Ukrainka. As you see, it's also a photo from this year, and that's festival last year. From 2015 till 2019, we organized it like here, with a dramaturgy like here. So readings was every day. Then the COVID time was, we wasn't allowed to make offline meetings. So for 2 years, we organized video streams of festival from Brno with a simultaneous translation to Ukrainian. And also in 2022, after COVID started a full-scale invasion, that was 1 year when we unfortunately couldn't make a festival in Lviv, but we can manage the festival, the representation of Ukrainian literature here. We organized a big event and night of Ukrainian poetry when 9 women poets from Ukraine came and read their verses. And during last 2 years, we're organizing festival in the short format. So for 2 days, we have a reading of Czech, Slovak, and Ukrainian writers. Now, that's how actually looks first festival. It was in another Vini place. It was in the gallery Dziga, very famous cultural center and a cultural spot in Lviv. Also in the frame of Months of Author Reading, sometimes we're cooperating with the Ukrainian publishing houses. For example, it's a cooperation with a publishing house, Meridian Chernovitz, and we're organizing events, meetings with the Ukrainian writers during the year. As you see, it's in a time of full-scale invasion, people are really interested in Ukrainian literature, and you see that it's the hall is full of people. Also another our project related to the literature was a partnership of Ukrainian Book Institute in 2022, when the full-scale invasion also started. We faced the problem that a lot of Ukrainian kids was moved to the another countries, to the Europe, and what we faced with the problem that they didn't have the possibilities to read Ukrainian books. So with the cooperation with the Lithuanian partners and the Ukrainian Book Institute, our NGO made a project where we buy Ukrainian books in Ukraine and send it to Lithuania, so our kids have possibility to receive these books. You see, that's the first lady of Lithuania. That was also her support in this initiative, and we share the Ukrainian books through our kids. Next project, it's a Library of Author Reading Months. In 2018, we understand that it's not enough to just make literature events and promote Czech and Slovak literature just as readings, but we decided to start to publish Slovak and Czech books. Unfortunately, this was before COVID, so we was able to print just one book at that moment. It's a book of the famous Slovak writer Dušan Dušek. Yesterday here was a presentation of Literárne informačné centrum from Bratislava, and this book was published with their support. Actually, designer of this book, Oksana Vasky, will also present today her own publishing project, Chovan. This project, which we plan in future, Ukrainian Book Institute every year choosing the co-organizers of Ukrainian presence and the stand in the Frankfurter Buchmesse. So this year, in cooperation with the Ukrainian Book Institute, we're preparing the Ukrainian program in Frankfurt. Other projects not related to the literature but somehow related to Lviv Months within Wrocław, European Capital of the Culture in 2016. I apologize about the quality of these photos because I uploaded from our website. So during the 2016 European Capital of Culture was of Wrocław. We cooperate with this city for many, many years, and they invite us to organize the months of the Lviv. In frame of this project was different events. We have our own club in the center of Wrocław where every day was Ukrainian events, readings, music, concerts, also big contemporary art exhibition. Here is a second book which published by our NGO. It's an anthology, Letters from Ukraine, published in two different languages, bilingual, Ukrainian Polish and Ukrainian English. That's an anthology of Ukrainian poets, 57 poets in this anthology included. Design of this book made the most prominent Ukrainian book designers, Agravka Studio, and this book wasn't for sale. We share it for free through the visitors of Lviv Months in Wrocław, European Capital of Culture. That's how look contemporary art exhibition, concerts, also cinema, movies from Ukraine. Bogdan Zadura, one of the translators and the curators of the Polish version of anthology Letters from Ukraine. Next project in the cooperation with the Theater of Lesa Ukrainka, where we are actually organizing months of auto reading months. That's a project about research which became the theater play about Ukrainian coal miners. Here is a director, dramatist, and a manager from the theater. They also part of our NGO, and for several months they traveled through the Ukrainian coal mines, and as a result of this project, it's appeared a new play in the theater called Horizont 200. Next project, Pinzel AR, one of our members of our NGO, he is really into digitalizing of the cultural heritage. And in Lviv we have a really fantastic sculpture of 18th century Baroque sculpture, Johann Georg Pinzel. Czechs pretend that it's Czech sculpture, Austrian pretend that it's Austrian sculpture, Ukrainian pretend that it's Ukrainian sculpture, but we are thinking that it's firstly Lviv sculpture. So the idea of the project was to make a 3D scanning of the sculptures of the Johann Georg Pinzel. You can see how it looks as a result. We have the website, Pinzel AR. It's here. You can go to this website and see all the sculptures, all the researches about this fantastic artist, and also it's not just in Ukrainian language, but English, German, and the Czech language. So. Next project, Art Resistencia, during the COVID times with our different NGOs in Lviv and the Lviv City Council. We understand that many Ukrainian artists and many Lviv artists face the problem with the lack of the concerts, public events, and etc. So we decided to make sub-granting program of Lviv artists to give them possibility to make some culture products during the COVID time. So we made several literature projects, several music concerts, and several video versions of the theater plays and the dance theater projects. Generation of Change, that's our project from 2022-21. In 2021 there was a 30th anniversary of Ukrainian independence, so we decided to make a film based on the interview with Lviv artists who became popular in the 90s, who was the witnesses of the Ukrainian independence, and we choose several Lviv artists. That's writers, visual artists, musicians, and made a TV series for the Lviv TV about how actually Ukrainian independent art was born during this time. Coalition of cultural activists. One more project in 2021 was the political change in the Ukraine. We have a new president, new government, and different cultural activists from different spheres, not just from Lviv, but our friends from whole Ukraine, was quite interested to give some recommendations to new government about possible reforms for the culture. So we as an NGO was a platform for this project. Now Coalition of the Culture Activists is independent NGO, but as a result of this project we have the book of near 100 pages about cultural policy and possible reforms. Now the Coalition of Culture also working on the projects related to the war, to this current situation in Ukraine. One of our big friends, one of founder of our NGO, Markian Ivashchishin, a prominent Ukrainian culture activist, founder of the Dziga, where we have our first festivals month, Auto Reading Months. He actually, unfortunately, passed away in 2019. So, as an NGO who was founded by him, we are trying to save his name for the people, to give the understanding who he was. And in 2021, we organized a stipendium for the young Ukrainian cultural managers to receive the money from different sponsors who know Markian very good. And that's a stipendium directly for the educational things, so to make them more qualified. That's the first receivers of our stipendium. Unfortunately, because of full-scale invasion, we stopped this project, but we now negotiate with the city council to take this project and make it project of our city. Also, project about Markian Ivashchishin. We organize the street of Markian Ivashchishin in Lviv. It's a very nice street near the Dziga, and it was a long process to open the street because it was closed for many years. Now it's a street of Markian. That's also Lychakiv Cemetery in Lviv, one maybe most oldest cemetery in Ukraine. It's part of Lviv architectural heritage, and Markian grave is on this cemetery. So just 4 months ago, we opened the monument of the Markian in this cemetery. And project from 2022, Perform Yourself. When the full-scale invasion started, we understand that
It's with one of our curators who work with us, Yarina Shumska. She is a famous performance artist in Lviv. We decided to find a group of the young internally displaced people and made a performance project to give them possibility express their feelings, what they're facing during the war. Here is how it looks, and that's unfortunately also not so good quality because it's screenshot from the video. So that was the project where the young internally displaced people made the performance. And the last, our project in 2023, we received invitation from our partners from the Lublin city, who already was in a network called CreArt 3.0. It's an international network of different residences who work with, who inviting the visual artists. We are associated member of this project, so because of that now Ukrainian artists who are now abroad or in Ukraine then can apply for these residences, and already many Ukrainian artists visit several cities, stay there, talk about Ukraine, explain our situation, have new contacts. So we are very happy that we have this possibility to promote Ukrainian visual culture. Now that's a meeting of all members of different residences across the Europe. Here is my contacts. I'm working not just in NGO, I'm working a lot also as an independent curator with the different projects. For many years I'm ambassador of Lviv City of Literature UNESCO, and I was one of the organizer of application to this title. I also many times invited to the different festivals, literature projects as an independent curator. So if you will need some expertise, not just about Ukrainian literature, or you need some contacts, or you need some information, please contact me. I will be happy to give all my heart to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Grigory. I have a few very simple questions. What is the size of, how big is your NGO?
Actually, our permanently in NGO work 3 people, but for every project we have like separated team, which we that's different people who are involved somehow in our organization. So we involve a lot of people, and it depends from the project and idea. For example, in months of auto reading, it's near 11, 12 people.
Yeah. How do you find funding, especially now during the full-scale Russian invasion?
It's became more and more harder to find the funding in Ukraine because of the lack of resources, and we are, as a cultural players, we understand that culture is maybe at this moment not something which must be so much financed, because we understand that first of all we need to finance our soldiers, people who give us possibility to make this culture projects. But we still have some relations with the city council which help us a lot. We have a Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, it's the biggest investor in Ukrainian culture, and many international partners across the Europe. It also depends from the project to project.
Thank you very much. I would also like to ask about the kind of book culture. You spoke about the literary events that you have organized, the fact that you are the Lviv partner of Authors Reading Month. How do you select authors and partners and publishing houses for your events? How do you reach out to them?
First of all, it depends from the for example, in Auto Reading Month we have our own dramaturgy of this festival. Yeah, we all time have a guest of honor country, and related to that we select writers, and we select the publishers who are publishing Czech literature, Slovak literature, and also literature of country of guest of honor. For sure, if we're choosing a lot of Ukrainian writers, and I have a special Excel file where I'm marking who was in exact year, and as I see that some writer already wasn't or was a long time ago, that means that he have a bigger chances to be a guest of Author Reading Months in the next year.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We probably have time for a question from the floor. Okay, wonderful.
I have a question about funding in situation of war, because this must be very hard, and you've displaced or showed us that you came to idea to contact Lithuania, right?
Mm-hmm.
To fund in some way books for Ukrainian children somewhere else. And do you think that the best way for you in your situation, political situation, is to ask foreign institutions from other countries to fund your culture? And if so, is there a positive response? Did you try, are you willing to try further on other projects that, like in a way that you did with Lithuania? What do you think about that?
Not just us in this situation try to find partners across the Europe or in other foreign countries. That's doing not just NGOs in this moment, but official government structures and the different kind of city offices, because at this moment everybody understands that culture is not a priority on the financing. But in the same time, Ukraine receive a lot of support and financial support also from Europe officially. And as you know, we couldn't use this support for the army. So luckily, we still have some possibilities in our country to receive governmental funding. And yes, the situation is not so good and not so easy like it was before the full-scale invasion, but it's still something, because government also somehow understand that the culture, it's one of the things which we're fighting for, and we're fighting for our identity. So I think it's easy to say that we couldn't make this, but everybody understands that culture is needed at that moment, because it's also the moment when you can concentrate in some and other things, not just a tragedy, but in something good and something which give you the possibility of future.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Hrihori. If anyone has questions, Hrihori is very easy to contact as a very close friend of the festival. Thank you, Hrihori. I would now like to invite, okay, let me just start this. I would like to invite Balázs Keresztes from the Petőfi Cultural Agency to present the PCA. And you said it's not Petőfi Literary Fund, it's Petőfi Cultural Agency. What happened?
Yeah, it's a complicated story. Hi, welcome. Can you hear me? Fine, cool. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation for the organizers. I have to admit that that's, even though I live really close in Budapest, that's my very first time in Brno. And I have to say, not out of politeness, that I already fallen in love with the city, even though I'm spending these days basically underground. So thank you so much. And thank you also for the attention. I'm very well aware of the fact that it's the second day, afternoon session, after lunch, so I know that we are in the danger zone, so I try to be as short as possible and also as functional as possible. I'm representing the Petofi Cultural Agency, which is somewhat similar to the institutes which were presented by our dear friends Martin and Pavel. Martin today in the morning and Pavel Sibila yesterday from the Slovak Literary Center. So I'm presenting today the Hungarian version. And since the structure is somewhat similar, I don't really want to use all the time to talk about us, but more just as to give an opportunity to have a conversation, maybe after the talk or maybe in the coffee break. So I really don't want to be an obstacle between you and the coffee break. Petofi Literary Fund, Petofi Cultural Agency, it's a complicated story. What might be interesting is that Petofi Cultural Agency is the institution itself, and as an agency, it has a really wide portfolio. So compared to the Czech Institute and also compared to the Slovak Institute, the Petofi Cultural Agency has a lot to do with programs and projects within Hungary, not related to literature. I mean popular music and various festivals, various publications which are not really relevant outside of Hungary, but the branch or the department which I'm representing is the so-called Petofi Literary Fund. Our name might change somewhat, but what is interesting is our mission and the task we are trying to fulfill. And as you can see, our motto or our mission statement is to, very similarly to the aforementioned institutes, is to promote the publication of Hungarian literature abroad. So whatever I will say after this, just remember that in case you need any kind of support, or if you are interested in publishing Hungarian literature in any foreign language, I could say that we are the guys to talk to. Also, we are in a really lucky situation because we have a lot of Hungarian publishers present. I think all of them have already finished their presentation yesterday or today, and they are very keen on doing their own job perfectly. So what we are trying to do is to support them as much as we can, as much as we can do, and also support, promote, and try to motivate those publishers who are not so eager in promoting their publications abroad. So we are happy that those publishers who are really active in promoting literature abroad are here. Most of them are here, and most of them are even more familiar with this even than I do. So I have about 6 or 7 slides. It will be really short. The first one is, as you know very well, that all the institutes like the Petofi Cultural Agency or the Petofi Literary Fund, one of the most important aspect of our work, or most important aspect of our portfolio, is to provide grants for publishing and translating Hungarian literature. The sad thing is that we have an impressive list of various grants. Not all of them are active at the moment. What I wish to talk about, those which I want to talk about, are specifically a translation grant and a production grant, which are addressed to foreign publishing houses. So, for example, in case our dear friends from Taiwan wish to publish Hungarian literature in their native language, and in their country, they can apply to us for publishing and production grants also. We have, it's a bit shifting in terms of deadlines, but right now, and according to our intention, the translation grants have 2 deadlines. The first just expired, it was the middle of July, and the second one is at the end of November. So there is a spring and or I should say spring, but it ended in summer, and the next one will be in November. But the application itself is active, so you are free to submit your proposals, but the deadline, meaning the decision, will take place in November. Also, we have a travel grant for authors. It is dedicated to Hungarian authors. As Martin explained earlier, we have a really similar system. We wish to support Hungarian writers who wish to participate in events outside of Hungary. So you could say that why is it important for us? It's dedicated to and addressed to Hungarian writers. I'm saying it here because, let's just say the event in Brno, we are participating right now. If a Hungarian writer, translator, or anyone working in the booking industry gets an invitation or wishes to participate, they are free to apply for this publication. And also, if you are, as we have seen various presentations from organizers of book fairs or any kind of literary festivals, and if they want to wish to invite a Hungarian participant, they are free to consult this grant, because they don't really need to count with the finances, because we can support our writers who wish to participate. Okay. We have a number of catalogs, and the PowerPoint slide behind me is a bit outdated and confusing. You see a bunch of numbers. I have to say I still don't know the system of this numbering. The idea previously was to have various series of Hungarian genres. For example, you can see comics, crime, illustrated books, and so on. We now simplified it a bit, and right now we have a catalog of fiction, Hungarian fiction, with 10 recommended books which were published recently, last year. This is curated, each year it is curated by a literary critic. And also we have a child-lit catalog for children's literature. Most of the books which feature in this catalog are represented by our friends in the audience. Probably you already talked to them, but I really wish to highlight these catalogs. They are there I think in the table in the middle. Feel free to take them and consult them. I think they give you quite a wide overview of recent Hungarian publications. Okay, so something completely different. We have also a publication. It is a magazine. You can find it in the sample copies. You can find also on the table on the middle. They are the standing ones. Please feel free to take them with you. We don't have many copies, but we really don't wish to carry them back with us on the train. So they are really richly illustrated magazines. So it's in English. You can read them. I have to say, of course, the catalogs are in English. The magazine is in English, and it has quite a number of nice illustrations. So please check them out. Why is it special? It's a magazine which is published and distributed in the US and in the UK, publishing, and this is why it's not just important for Hungarian authors or people interested in Hungarian literature exclusively, because it is a magazine published in English in the UK and in the US, featuring Hungarian and also Czech, Slovak, and Polish literature mainly. So it's kind of a V4 project, if you're aware of this, this term. And we are also featuring native speaker English or American writers or poets as well. So it's, the idea behind the magazine is to create a platform where writers from all these different countries can meet. From the one hand, countries which are neighboring countries, the V4 countries, and also to make kind of a virtual meeting platform for the V4 authors and English and American authors. It's a quarterly. It's published 4 times a year, and it's distributed in the Barnes & Noble book distributing chain. Okay. The agency publishes an online magazine as well. It is called 1749. If I would cover the explanation, but I would be interested if you know the reason it is called 1749. It is called this because this is the birth date of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, who coined the term word literature. So by this you can see, or you can figure that the profile of this magazine is to publish word literature in Hungarian. So whereas the Continental aims at exporting literature, Hungarian literature, and also regional literature from this region, let's just say the Goethe magazine is interested in importing literature into Hungarian. So they work with a wide array of translators, all of them who translate from various languages, and they translate various literatures, and it is published online. And it works exclusively as an online platform, so it's not a quarterly. There is an article every day. It's basically an online portal, and it's really kind of a hub for collecting all those who are working and interested and contributing to promoting word literature in Hungary. Okay, festivals. Probably now you see the scheme or the pattern. We really work similarly to other institutes. We have publication, we have a grant system, we have also festival. Actually, I have to say it's not our festival. We are just funding it, but we are working really closely with the organizers. The festival is called Pest Text. It's a juxtaposition of the two words Pest, coming from Budapest or capital, and text, of course. So it's a Budapest-based literary festival, and I should say a literary festival exclusively aimed at word literature. So while a lot of Hungarian writers and translators and Hungarian people active in literature are featuring in this festival, they feature in terms of promoting word literature. So we have a lot of international guests, and the Hungarian authors are talking to them on the podium. They have common projects such as translator workshops. They have each year there is a poetry collaboration. Last year we had native speaker English poets living in Prague working together with Hungarian poets on the topic of if I remember correctly, on the topic of clouds. So it was a pleasure to watch them. So why am I saying this? I have to go back and be functional. So grants and calls. If you are interested in translating Hungarian literature, please check our webpage and consult our calls for various translation grants. If you're interested in publishing Hungarian literature, or you are just interested in Hungarian literature, please take a copy of one of our catalogs, or both of them, and just get immersed in Hungarian literature. If you are interested in this magazine, of course, if you are from one of the V4 countries, or you have anything to do with the V4 countries, it will be more up your alley, I should say. But just as a publication in itself, might be interesting for anyone. So please consult it as well. And of course, I should say, if you want to cooperate in some ways with us, please reach out to us, either to me or my colleague Margit, who is a big friend of the event. She's exclusively the editor within the group in charge of the V4 countries, because of obvious language reasons. So please consult this as well. If you wish to recommend us authors, feel free to reach out, because if we can sort out the translation, which might be more difficult with our friends from Taiwan, I would be really happy to recommend those authors to the editorial board of the 1749 magazine. The festival, in case you wish to cooperate somehow, I think I already see a lot of common points with festivals from Poland, from Slovakia, from Ukraine, from the Czech Republic. I would be really interested to work together, and also we feature each year. I shouldn't say a country I shouldn't say a guest of honor, but I could say a country in focus. So if we can do some brainstorming, and if you wish to recommend us some authors, we could invite them to this festival. This festival is really much somewhat similar to this Brno event in terms of it's an opportunity to spend time with each other in a really informal atmosphere. So this is not the big book fair. This is not the big international book fair which you are used to in Frankfurt or Bologna or places like that. Not even the international book fair in Budapest. This is a smaller one, really centered on the authors themselves and the translators themselves. So I think there is a lot of opportunity for us to do some cooperation. There is a residency program as well. This is being restructured at the moment, but in case anyone is interested in sending writers to us, feel free to reach out to us. There are a wide array of locations in Hungary where they are happy to welcome writers from all over. Okay, and just to close it, you can see here our addresses. There is the homepage where you can see. I should say, everything which I just presented, you can find printed as well. So I was somewhat lazy by just copying everything, but I think it has a functional value as well, because if you take this, it can remind you of the whole presentation which you just saw, and you can see our addresses here, which is, there is one address for the applications in case you're interested in applications and translation grants, and also another which is called events, which is basically for everything else. So thank you for your attention, and if you want to ask, I'm happy to answer.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Balázs. While the world is full of information, the big problem is how to make the information warm and human. So I'm very thankful to you for coming here and talking about the opportunities. I suspect that all the catalogs that you spoke about are on the website of, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Okay, wonderful. And the contacts are clear. You now know Balázs and Margit here, so please feel free to talk to them. I don't want to rob you of any lunches, so if you have any, of the coffee break. So if you have any questions, please let's go outside to the yard, have coffee, and talk to Balázs and Margit. And I expect you here back at 15:15. What is it? At 15:20, okay? 15:20 for our final block. Let's start on time so that we don't have to rush, okay? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Balázs.
Was it as short as I expected it to be, or?
It was 20 minutes.
20 minutes? That's
exactly.
That was the limit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there was no more overtime.
No. It
Okay.
was 20 minutes.
But that was a once in a lifetime experience of just being on time. I'm really famous for talking too much.
Don't worry. That's okay. The rule is if you have a power.
That's another thing.
With the low quality pictures.
It doesn't matter. It's all fine. It's all fine. Don't worry.
I'll try.
nový Hruška, jo?
Ano, to je on. Jestli chcete, tak vám ho pak věnuju.
No určitě.
Jo, super.
Já mám toho předchozího, toho Pigafetta.
Aha.
Toho mám. A to předchozího taky moc krásný.
No skvěle. Tak jo,
jako
tak
člověk.
bude váš. Jo, kdo by neměl rád Petra, že? Petr je zlatička. Mhm. Tady tohle je ukázka fantastiky. Chtěla jsem na tom demonstrovat, jak máme krásné obálky, jak je to krásně zpracované. Já sama teda fantastiku moc nečtu, takže, ale mělo by to být takové magické, takové jako pohádkové. Takže tohle to zrovna bych si ráda přečetla. Tohle to je horor Petra Klabouchová, tak bych řekla, jako teďka strmě stoupá vzhůru. U nás vydala zatím 2 knížky Prameny Vltavy a u Severní zdi mají tam vždycky nějaké jako historické, velké historické téma, kdy Petra tak něco jako vyzkoumá a potom to opřede takovým jako krimi a je to hrozně, vtáhne vás to prostě, zjistíte taky u toho řadu věcí a tohle to je teda horor z magické Šumavy a ona se tam trošku jako pohrává s bludičkama a legendama prostě místníma a je tam taky nějaká historická linka.
No, právě napsal hru, která je taky takový s místními legendami, nebo se staroslovanskými legendami.
Aha, vidíte to?
Ve slováckém divadle měl premiéru.
Znám slovácké divadlo, neviděla jsem to tam, ale fakt, takže to je úplná novinka.
Je to vlastně rokový divadlo, muzikál.
Jo, no skvěle.
Je tam živá roková kapela.
Aha. A vy jste napsal text?
Já jsem napsal text a Ondřej Kjas napsal hudbu.
Jo. To jako musí být ohromně zajímavá spolupráce teda. A vy máte nějakou představu ohledně té hudby taky, když píšete ten text?
Já jsem se dostal do divadla jako muzikant. Já jsem tady začínal před několika lety.
Je takhle. Teda vy jste široce rozpřažený takhle jako mezi zeměmi a... Máte rodinu? Fakt jo. I děti? Jedno dítě. Fakt je tady. Takže cestujete i s dítětem. Jo.
Ne, to my jsme dlouho, já jsem dlouho, my jsme tam 12 školy, manželka je taky správná muzikantka, pracuje tam, dcera chodí do školy.
Aha, tak brňanda. Jasně, tak tady máte rodinu asi, že jo? Aha.
Já jsem tady studoval, takže s Mirkem Balaštíkem známe ještě od studií.
Mirek, no jo.
I ty vaše redaktory znám, protože ty na filozofické fakultě.
No jasně, a tam asi jako řada z nich se rekrutovala, že jste fakulty. No, tak ano, to tam máme Brno a Olomouc. Jo, já jsem studovala zase v Olomouci, no. Češtinu a němčinu. Bohemistiku, germanistiku, no. Tak taky jsem potkala v hostu několik vlastně spolustudentů nebo spolužáků. Tak je to hezké to setkávání, no. A jak jste tady dlouho, celý ten festiák? Od soboty a zůstanete po celou dobu? Ne? Jo. A musíte zpátky kvůli výuce?
Přijímačky.
Jo, takhle. Jo.
Mám nějaký dozory vlastně během srpna, potom na začátku září zase na 14 výsledů.
No.
Nebo není to normální. Je to tak.
No tak vás to asi baví, že? Nebo vás to nějak jako naplňuje? Co vám zbývá?
Člověk z toho unavený.
No jasně.
Tisíc autorského čtení.
Je to fenomén.
To je jako věc, kterou já třeba nejsem schopen vysvětlit mým kolegům.
No.
To vůbec nedovedu představit.
Rozhodně je to fenomén, něco tak jako obrovského, co se táhne po těch různých městech a zemích.
25 let to trvá a prostě a neutuchá to, když to prostě
Ne, je perfektní, že vlastně lidi přijdou na tu značku, že ani jako nezáleží na tom tolik, kdo vystupuje, ale ti lidi přijdou. Jo, což jako se nedá říct to stejné. No. Ano. No. Ano.
Kam se člověk nikdy ani nedostal.
Je to tak. Ano, slyšela jsem Grónsko, to je neuvěřitelné. Jo, a dostat sem ty autory prostě a najít ty autory. Fakt jo.
Mám chtěl v září otvírá letiště, takže tam cestoval přes Kodán.
Neuvěřitelné. Úžasné teda, úžasné. Mně se takhle spojí lidi. Aha, OK, takže on dostane vlastně zadání nebo pokyn, aby vybral lidi, jo, aby vytipoval autory. To je skvělé.
To jsou třeba některé z těch jsou přeloženy do 12 jazyků už.
To je skvělé, že takhle jako prorazili do zahraničí.
Vezměte ten národ 56 000.
Jo.
A prostě ta literatura fascinuje, prostě obrovská.
Tak tam musí mít schopné lidi, kteří to dokážou prodat. Nebo co? Nevím.
A tak tam jde o tu identitu. Jako jazyk.
Ano. No. Úžasné.
To jsem věděl, že tam je velká literatura.
To já jsem teda nevěděla.
Já jsem právě, já jsem trošku vlastně odbírám pár literárních časopisů, London Review of Books a tam jsem tady supplement a tam času těch fásných zdrojů píše. Takže
To je fajn, že se tak můžete jako podílet i tady na tomhletom, těch domluvách třeba s těmi lidmi.
Protože to je největší problém, jak otevřít diskuzi, každý se zaměřuje na něco jiného, mají společné knihy, ale většinou třeba v tom běžném režimu jsou vlastně na jiné straně barikády, protože vyjednávají práva, vyjednávají honoráře a tak dále. Jsou tam spíš, ten vlastně obchodní nebo ekonomický režim z nich dělá spíš ne antagonisty, ale prostě to rozděluje. Spíš se to propojovalo. Včera měli večer jsme mi říkali na Mixer. Včera se tady barní, probíhalo workshop překladatelů tajvanské literatury do jazyku. Překlad francouzský překladatel, italská překladatelka, francouzská překladatelka, která žije v Kodani, takže překládá i do danštiny, Slovensko, ještě prostě X, no, Česká republika. Takže oni měli 2 dny překladatelé tady svoji diskusy a my jsme je propojili s literárními agenturami a s nakladateli. A já říkám, jako nakladatel a jako nakladatelství, jak se pěstuje to překlad, jak se vychovává, jak dáváte šanci novému překladu. Jak se to stane, takže zvlášť u těch malých kultur. Ten režim je nastavený na velké autory, kteří už mají svoje etablované překladatele. A začít je hrozně těžké. Já vím, že jsem třeba překládal nějaké libreta nebo ty zpívané texty, třeba jako známých lidí. A já prostě po mně chtěli, abych jim tam dokládal svoji zkušenost.
Jo, jasně.
Jako já můžu to dovolit. Říkám si, kdybych začínal.
Je to těžké.
Tak mi to vůbec
Je to těžké. Nevím, vlastně, jako já jsem taky přeložila nějaké knížky a měla jsem štěstí na to, že jsem překládala u portálu, kde byly dveře otevřené díky tomu, že tam mám nějaké konexe, takže si otestovali jako zkušební překlad a dali mě šanci, tak to, když neznáte, tak je to určitě těžké. Já nevím, jestli kolegyně, která ona mě to vyprávěla, že má databázi v první řadě, že překladatelů na ty dané jazyky, z nichž překládáme, tak oslovuje tyhle a potom ho hledá, protože jsou i jazyky občas, na které nemáme překladatele, že?
A to nám překládat se tady neumí to třeba nějakou přípravu.
Jasně. Jak to hledat, no. A jak to ohodnotit, že jo, jestli je to dobrý překlad, není, no. Je jí málo, přesně tak.
Tak si budou pomáhat, ale
takový ty oslový nakladatel,
no.
tak to vlastně
ano, ano. Je to tak, samozřejmě, je to tak.
To je právě to, co mě to zajímá. Vlastně jak udělat ty prostory, kde lidi můžou mluvit, vlastně myslet společně, myslet proti sobě.
No a je fajn, že se to tady teda daří. Že lidi přijedou, jak říkáte, třeba z Francie nebo z Kodaně nebo odkoliv, že ví, že tady ta platforma je.
Zástupkyni nakladatelství Verzone.
Ta přijde po mně, nebo?
Měla být, nastupovala se Tajka.
Okay, I will start this. Where is it? Where is this? It is presentation. Come on. Good, great. So we are starting the afternoon session. The good news is that we have a little bit more time. Unfortunately, we had a cancellation from the publishing house Verzone just arrived, so they won't be here. So we will have a little bit more time to discuss the very promising and very rich program for the afternoon. I just want to say goodbye to Jakub and Karolina from Bureau Literackie. They are catching a train back to Poland. And I understand that some people need to catch a train later today, including the presenter for our next publishing house, a leading Czech publishing house, Host, and Michaela Dermau is coming to present. But your train is not in the next 20 minutes, isn't it?
Thank you. Hi.
Okay.
Nice afternoon. I didn't know that you would know actually that I need to leave early, but I have some time. I need to catch a train after 4. It is so nice to be here, and I'm also very grateful for the opportunity to be here. As Pavel already said, I am from Host, which means actually guest in English. Host is based here in Brno and counts for one of the biggest publishing house, independent publishing house in the Czech Republic. We actually will celebrate in a couple of years. I think in 2026 exactly we will be celebrating 30 years anniversary. We cannot wait. And I was actually looking for a sentence for the beginning that would present Host to you in a couple of words. And for me, Host, and I think for a lot of readers in Czech Republic as well, Host means really high quality literature. And not just this. I said already to Pavel that my presentation is maybe not as advanced as from the colleagues. It's so-called homemade, but I hope it will do. But please don't have the feeling that Host is not good at design. I am just not a good designer, a graphic designer, but we really have beautiful books. So I will start. A couple of words about us. As I said, we are based in Brno, but that doesn't mean that we have a bubble here. We actually go all around the Czech Republic. Since we have a lot of authors from the whole Czech Republic, we also do a lot of events. My colleagues already said that they do a lot of events and some festivals as well. I can say that we also have our own festival. It is not as big as this one, this March. But we have a festival with just our authors this year in November, and last year we had 28 authors there, one whole afternoon, especially from fiction and also non-fiction or fantasy and science fiction. So we are able to do this, and we have been focusing on contemporary Czech and also world writing. But at the very beginning, when Host started in 1996, we started, not me, but Host started with poetry and also with theoretical books about literature, which I think for people. Nowadays, we have approximately 45 people in our offices. We also cooperate with many external people. I see one colleague here who also cooperates with us from these foreign countries. We have a lot of cooperation partners. We go to a lot of festivals as well abroad, for instance, Frankfurt, of course, or Bologna. So we try to be everywhere. As I said, we focus on really high quality literature, so that means that in the first place, the text needs to be qualitative, nicely written, and then we work on it really hard. We are also known for it, that we take a very good care of our books. And we have also very good translators. We were talking about it. We have our database of translators. And if there is some special language we have no translator for, we are looking for new good translators. We are known for excellent design. We really are. You can then take a look at our books. I have various genres here. When I left, you can also, I have a couple of exemplars there under the stage that you can take with you home. That's actually children's books. There are also silent books. So without text, I thought it would be practical if you don't speak Czech, but there are also 2 books with very nice illustrations and a little bit of text, just that you can imagine what we are doing. And we are also known for excellent author care. I am actually at Host working for authors. I am the contact person for authors, especially the Czech ones, and I also do all the events that we organize in Czech Republic, just that you know. But we also have at Host one colleague who is called Dana Blatna. Maybe you know her, some of you. And Dana is taking care of foreign rights. So if you would be interested in the books that we make, you write her an email or you call her. She has a web page, and there on the stage you can find her contact details, Dana. And later on there will be her contacts as well. We already said that we are quite big. We publish about 150 titles a year. I would think that right now is a little bit more. When the war started, and actually the COVID before as well, we stopped a little bit the production, and we had before like about 190 titles a year, and then we started to publish 150 around, and now we again start working a little bit more. We published many genres. I counted yesterday that it will be around 10 genres. As I said, general fiction, that's actually the biggest production that we do. Then we have sci-fi and fantasy. I think that we get stronger and stronger at it. We have a lot of very good Czech authors, but of course we have a lot of authors from abroad as well that we publish. We publish young adult as well. This half a year we will be publishing 2 Czech authors, but most of the production of young adult is coming from abroad still. We publish crime fiction. One of the biggest authors is Lars Kepler. Maybe you know him, or them, because it's a couple. We publish very, very beautiful children's literature, which you will then see afterwards. Non-fiction with very interesting topics, scientific literature, literary theory, poetry, of course, which we started with, and now comics as well, which is actually quite new, and we announced it 2 days ago that we are going to start comics as well. The coming 4 months, we are publishing, I think, 2 comic books. So we are very happy about it. And we actually got the best editor ever. So we are really happy about this comic section. And we are publishing, as you can read behind me, many leading Czech authors. You also could see here maybe already a couple of our authors, maybe a little bit of like smaller range. And on Sunday, I think there is another event being organized with Jan Němec. If you're still here, you can visit this reading. It will be for sure very interesting. Jan Němec won, and I don't know in which year, I think 2013, he won for his first book, the European Literature Prize, the Literature Prize of the European Union. And his last book is called Liliputin, that are actually short stories that were inspired by the war in Ukraine. But I will start with the best-selling authors, and I have just 3 of them, because I don't want to talk too much. We have a lot of authors. You can find more of them in catalogs that you find here on the stage, or you write to me, that are the contact details there in yellow, on the yellow card, or you write to Dana Blatna, and we will send you more details. I would say the most, like the biggest star in our host publishing is Alena Mornsteinová. She's very popular in Czech Republic. She was already translated into more than 20 languages. Now it will be 22 or 23, including English, which is for us a big thing, German, French, and Arabic. It is quite, actually not really easy, quite hard to be translated as a Czech book into English. So we are very excited about it. She has sold more than 800,000 copies in the Czech Republic. She has won many awards. We are very happy to have her, because also thanks to her we are where we are. She has published 6 novels. She's also writing books for kids, and her stories are actually stories about very normal people that are living some drama, experiencing some drama, and it's almost always at some very big historical moments. So the very simple lives are meeting big history, and it sounds very good. And best known is actually Hana. This one has been sold in so many languages. Now the last one was, I think, Finnish, and I took the November, which is one of the last ones, and it's like what would have happened if something has changed in our history, like the way it hasn't. So it is quite exciting. The next one is Kateřina Tučková. She actually comes from Brno, and she's also often a guest here at this festival, not this year. Kateřina was also published already in more than 20 languages, also English, German, French, Arabic, and other languages. She's also a top Czech novelist, also has sold many, many copies of her books, and her books are very strong. They are also describing always some historical moment, some historical crime in the Czech or Czech-German history. She is also focused on the emancipation of women, but there is always some hope, love as well in her books. For her last book, which I don't have here, it's called Bílá voda, White Water. Yeah, she won State Prize for Literature in Czech Republic. And the third one is Petra Soukupová. Again, a woman, because the best-selling people in our publishing house are women. That's the truth. Petra Soukupová has been translated in 14 languages, including German. We have quite some German translations, actually, Danish or Vietnamese. Petra is a very good psychologist. If you read her book, you are having the feeling that she's talking maybe about your family. She can also talk from the perspective of a child or an adult. Her books are quite similar in the way that she's always describing some drama in a family. Best known, you can read it actually behind me, and I took one of them that are all actually soft covers because I needed to carry it in a bag and I didn't want it to be very heavy, but they are all actually published as hardcover as well. And this is called Best for Everybody. I already mentioned that we have very beautiful children's books. We always go to Bologna. There we find very nice books from abroad. Then we publish them and we try to sell our books as well. And I was looking for the words that would actually express what our books are trying to say or how they want to, like, they are often magical. Interactive, we have quite some interactive books, very funny, where the child can connect something or can like fill in something. Very nice illustrations, adventurous. We are not afraid of serious topic, and we are actually looking for them. Also, if we are looking for good books from abroad. So we are not we are, for instance, publishing books that are talking about death or illness or a divorce of the parents or different fears. And I think that the families like it and are looking for new books. They are often encouraging, that's what I was just saying. And we have great illustrators. When I'm not here anymore, I left actually in a couple of bags this book, which is called something like Explanatory Dictionary. It sounds very theoretical, but it is not. It has beautiful, really beautiful illustrations, and always each illustration contains some word with a couple of other words, and it brings you actually into your childhood, and it brings like in context stuff that you were maybe not thinking about, like what is home or what is mother or whatever, all this stuff. This book won, I think 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, a prize, which is called Golden Ribbon in Czech Republic, and this prize is giving actually prizes to the best children's books in Czech Republic. So that's one of them. Then I also put in the bags a couple of these books. It's called Grandma, like somebody's calling Grandma. So Grandma, it is a silent book. It's without words. And I brought it because I wanted you to understand it, and also it has great illustrations, and it was written during the COVID time. It tells a story about a little girl who cannot meet her grandmother and is thinking about ways how to get to her. So she's flying and she's dreaming, and it's very beautiful. And then I have another book here. It's called Rajčaťáci a banáni. It's about guys who calls themselves something with tomato guys and banana guys. I have one exemplar here, if you would like to take it. It is with a lot of text. It is with a lot of sounds. It is with a lot of movements. It is really great. If you don't understand Czech, you will probably not understand it. But this book actually won the most beautiful book award also 3 weeks ago, and it won the award for the illustrations. So if you want to take a look at it, then please do it. I wanted to show this slide. So that are these books. The purple one is this one, Rajčaťáci banáni, Babi and Mami pod sem. That's one of the interactive books, very funny for children. I don't have it here, but I have also a couple of cards here that serve actually as bookmarks. Feel free to take them. They are actually with illustrations from the children's books. That's my last slide. As I said earlier, the one who is taking care of the foreign rights is Dana Blatna. So if you would like to have more information about our books, what we publish, if you would like to get a catalog in English as a PDF, I think that you cannot download it on our website. If you would like to get it, then please write to her. Her contact informations are there on the stage as well. There are some catalogs, so take a look at them, and if some of you want to take it, take it. I don't want to take it home. If you would like to get in touch with me, the yellow card is me. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michaela, for the presentation of HOST, the publishing house. I have a few questions. So you spoke about Czech authors that you publish primarily, but HOST also publishes translated works. What is the proportion, would you say?
I would say that the main production is Czech, but maybe even, this is my guess, okay? I would think that half of our production actually could be from abroad. We publish more and more now, for instance, also fiction from abroad. It's really packed with stuff from abroad.
And how does one approach, or who's looking after kind of negotiating translated literature? Is it Dana, or is it someone else who, for instance, if you have a book to offer to HOST that you would like to discuss, who do we contact?
That's a good question, because I don't have this contact information here, but I have, that's also a red card, where is our logo HOST. And on the other side, you have contact information, which is our general website or our general email. You can send an email there or write to me. This is completely all right, okay, the yellow card. Another colleague, and you know her, is called Nikola Kochová, and she is taking care of this. So she goes, for instance, to Frankfurt, Bologna. She is looking for partners, or we have also our network of agents, and these agents send regularly an offer. So she's then picking what could be interesting for us. That's Nikola. She's not there, but write to me. I will connect you.
Okay, wonderful. Do you have a catalogue of your authors in English, or some presentation of your authors, apart from the three that you spoke?
Yes, we have some catalogues here that are the newest catalogues. I unfortunately have only 2 pieces from each, and we don't have now for autumn 2024, but even Czech readers don't know yet what we are going to publish. We will say the next week, so I think that Dana Blatná will then make a catalog afterwards. But if you would like to get these catalogs as a PDF, then send me or Dana an email and we will send it. And it's in English. And especially in these catalogs you find fiction, non-fiction, also some of the Czech fantasy or science fiction. And we now have also a catalog with children's books.
Okay, wonderful. Do we have any questions from the yes, we do.
Oh, hi,
okay.
My friend.
Okay, I'm coming with the microphone.
Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. And you said that you are famous of quality, and you're not the only one that I heard that from. I heard that from other publishers from here and the readers from here. Do you have any magical tricks to share? How you maintain quality? Anything special? And how many editors are working in your publishing house?
I think that we are quite picky concerning the text. We, of course, have a lot of authors that have been working with us already for many, many years, and that are the best-selling authors, and they know that they get the best care, or at least I hope so, and for sure they get good care, other authors at other publishing houses as well. But I think that we really care. And we care about the book as from the beginning until the end. So we have editors, and now I will guess, because we also have external editors, and we have actually editors who first take a look at the text and are actually trying to erase, together with the author, all bullshit. Like sometimes, like there is, for instance, somebody who is smoking, and then 1 page later the author says that it's a non-smoker. So we look for this bullshit and we try to clean it. That is the first editor, and afterwards we have a language editor as well. Language editor means that all the grammatical mistakes and nonsense also is being discussed with the author and is being corrected. And that happens in a couple of rounds. So I think that all of these guys who are working on text are then afterwards very fed up with the book already, including the author. But we are trying to make the best out of the book. So, of course, we try to get great texts. Yeah, we are giving chances also to new authors. It's not always great, but we are trying to raise them. And yeah, we are trying to raise like our new generation of authors, and we give them the best care we can. Yeah, we are discussing with them everything, like the changes, the graphic design as well, up to a certain level, of course, because we have so many authors that we cannot discuss every detail. And if you're asking about the number of editors, I would say, and I would need to check it, like from what I know from our office, and then we have external still, maybe 10. Not so many. They have a lot of work. Yeah.
Any more questions? Yes, there is a question.
Hi, I'm from Hungary, and
Hi.
we have not very similar, but in many ways similar publishing house like yours. And we also do a lot of festivals, just ourselves, like not something in common, but for our authors and our readers. So I would like to ask you about the festivals that you make with your authors. What kind of programs do you make at the festivals?
Thank you very much.
Tell us some words about it.
Thank you for the question. We started this festival before the COVID, actually, and that was the first year, and that was very popular. We started it, nobody knew about it before, like the promo maybe took 2 months, and we got 300 visitors, which was cool. We were on one stage, and the program took the whole afternoon. We tried to, because we have a lot of authors and we want to present as many as possible, we tried to combine them like into groups, like mostly like duo, but nowadays we already have also up to 4 or 5 authors on the stage. The first year it was much smaller. We had maybe 1 stage, as I said, and maybe, I don't know, 8 readings, and maybe 10 authors. There were also authors that were alone. And the last year, we had the second year of the festival because we stopped it because of the COVID and also because of the war in Ukraine. And this, the last year we had already 2 stages. We had full program as from 13:30 until maybe 9 in the evening, and there was parallel program on the stages. And 1 stage was actually the best-selling fiction authors, and the second stage was a mixture that was especially non-fiction, fantasy, science fiction, also poetry. This year, we also have 2 stages, and we try to get good moderators that are funny, so we will have a duo. The last year it was just 1 moderator. This year it's a duo that does slam poetry as well, so we are hoping for some slam poetry as well, which might be fun because otherwise the program is quite heavy. If you are sitting for I don't know how many hours, of course, with some breaks and listening to literature stuff, it can be quite heavy. So that's why we are looking for a funny moderator who has some name as well, because he can invite to the festival. And we again tried to combine authors that have something in common in the books, so we can discuss different topics. This year we were thinking about offering also something for families, because we have beautiful children's books, but it's so packed, the program, and it would maybe not go together well, that we dropped it. So similar actually program, just that on the second stage, on 1 stage is best-selling authors, on the second stage there is also fiction. Sometimes we combine fiction even with non-fiction because we find some parallels, and that's interesting. I often do these book launches where authors are all alone and are talking only about 1 book, and we think that this format where you have more authors is quite interesting. So if we would have maybe only one author, although here it works very well, right? That you have one whole author here on stage, but we are still very young festivals, so we want to be interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Michaela, for presenting Host. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me switch the presentation to the next one. And you are catching train, your train.
That's for you.
Thank you very much. Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. We have a very special presentation now from Mifa Chang to talk about Taika, and I have to say, Taika has a very, very special place in the festival's heart, but because of what they have done to support our festival, and I'm very grateful that Mifa can speak about it. So,
yes.
Hello.
Mifa,
over to you.
And I'm really happy to introduce Taika for you. And Taika is a government organization and founded by 2019 and by the Ministry of Culture. And our full name is Taiwan Creative Content Agency. And not like other agencies, we are not just focused on the literary or the publishing. Our mission is to promote all Taiwan creative content. So there is our job and the test, and from the culture, content culture, from the upstream to the downstream, and I will, because we are around 200 people, so I will just a brief introduce of other job. And the first is funding and investment. And there are two jobs. It's called International Co-Funding and Development Fund. And it's really a very professional project. So if anyone is interested in this, you can just scan and to our official website and to know more detail. And this one is international business. Is our team do, and is a reason why we are here, and we will attending the fair. It's not only just the book fair, like film festival or music festival, we will attending. And we also have to promote the cultural tech content and the industry, and it's really it's about innovation content grant and IP-led studio and invent a collaboration with the technology and the arts and the content. Just like VR and AR is in this test. And for the content, we also have a story and IP development. And we have a comics platform called CCC. And the CCC's full name is Creative Comics Collection, which contains original comics from Taiwan, but it's only in Chinese. So if you know how to read Chinese, you can just scan and register and just enjoy the Taiwan comic. And besides, we go out and to support the content industry, we also have the talent cultivation, and we have a team called Taika School. And the Taika School will invite some international speakers to Taiwan and teach the topic like business management, industry support, and global make or content development. And we also have a story. No. We also have a research team, and the research team will. Okay, we'll dip in the latest trends of the publishing, music, or game, films that I saw on, and all of the reports are on our website and in English. So if anyone is very curious about the Taiwan markets of the content industry, you can find the report on our website. Okay, I show some book fair. Taiwan Pavilion is very here. Everywhere, in our, I belong in the international. 我知道，我先讲一些 international. I belong in the international business, and our team is to promote the publisher. So it's the reason why we are here. And beside this reading month, we will go to the Frankfurt, Guadalajara, and Bologna, and Seoul, and the Frankfurt. Our number is here. So if anyone you will come to the Frankfurt, please just come here, come to the Taiwan Pavilion. And we also arrange some networking, two networking events. It's our opening party and it's our Taiwan Night. And Taiwan Night is just nearby the hall. It's in a hotel. And please check your schedule. If you are free, welcome. And we also bring some Taiwan authors to the Frankfurt. We have some events on the stage, but it's still our process. So if there are any updates, we will contact you. And in the Taiwan Pavilion, we also dedicate the Books from Taiwan. Books from Taiwan is a project funded by the Ministry of Culture, and they will print the catalog and select list of Taiwan published titles. So we will just show the Books from Taiwan's catalog on our Taiwan Pavilion. And this is also introduced the translation grant, but Perron showed yesterday, so I just give you the content info. If you want more detail, you can just contact the email. And the most important is we have some project to invite the foreign publication to Taiwan, and will in the Taipei Book Fair time, and is in next year is February 3rd to the 7th. So if you are interested in, please just scan in and apply your information. When the application is open, I will send an email to you. And thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have a question about the grants and the funding. So if I'm, for instance, if I'm a publisher in a country, I don't know, for instance, if I'm a publisher in Slovenia and I'm really interested in translating a Taiwanese book, how can TAICA help me?
Actually, the grant is by the Ministry of Culture, so it's not our responsibilities.
Yeah.
So if you are interested in translate, you just send, just apply the grant. But we can communicate. We can just maybe just talk to the Ministry of Culture, which publisher we just met and they're really great. We can just give some recommendation.
Okay, so would you say that TAICA focuses on supporting Taiwanese creators abroad rather than publishers and from
film and music? Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I think I understand it better.
Big test.
Okay. Great. Thank you. And do we have any questions from the floor? No. We'll be sending the PowerPoint to everyone with the QR codes and the contacts. So if you have any questions afterwards, please feel free. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mei Fa, for the presentation. We can now move on to to questions. Either we can carry on right away, or we can take a short break. What are people thinking? A short break? Okay, in that case, let's take a short break, and shall we take a break for 20 minutes? 15 minutes, 20? 20 minutes, okay, so let's meet at 20 past 4, 16:20, okay? And we will move on to the old lion that Ivan will present, okay? Thank you very much. So let's come back for 16:20. Yeah, and please feel free to take Horst's publications.
So this my class, and this is you can listen to their band.
That's very good.
So it is a multimedia.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Gregory. Yeah. We'll see how it happens. So, yeah. Shall we? Let's. Okay, welcome back. We are incredibly running slightly ahead of schedule. That is about 12 minutes ahead of schedule because thanks to or due to the cancellation, we have one or maybe two presentations to follow. It all depends whether Oksana can make it for about 4:45. At the moment, I would like to invite Ivan Fedečko from the Old Lion Publishing House to talk about their activities. Yeah, Ivan.
Okay, good afternoon. First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to participate in this kind of the program and practice your English and even Czech, because me myself, I had Czech language and literature education. So this Central Europe, someone said that yesterday that it's nothing for me. It's a big thing. I really enjoy to work with companies from Central Europe and from South Asia. I've been in Taipei Book Fair in 2018, and I look forward to go there once again. So in publishing house, I'm working already almost 11 years, and I was the head of rights department, and right now I'm focusing mostly on selling rights on our books, but I also I am on the group of people who are selecting titles which we are publishing in the Old Lion. So I will start a little bit with the history of our company, Old Lion Publishing House. Our motto is good books for the whole family. And we were founded in 2021 by poet, writer, and artist Mariana Savka and musician Yuri Čopek. At that time, they were publishing 1, 2, or 4 books per year. And the publishing house was established as a publishing house of children's literature only. And that influenced our history, of course. In 2010, we found a partner. It's a Fest, Holding of Emotions. It's a big holding with a chain of restaurants, hotels, and some other activities. And very important year for us was 2012, not because I joined that company, but also our current CEO, Mikola Šiko, joined it, and he comes from media, and her vision was that he wants to bring business to the small publishing house, and he clearly understood that time that it's not enough just to publish books. You need to learn how to promote them and how to sell them. So we started to develop our own promotion, and we were focusing on internet sales, and we started to establish our own bookstore chains. And so in 2015, we opened the first bookstore, and we also launched it 2 years before. We launched an office in capital, in Kyiv. So we started to be more global. So this is our current office. We moved there in 2018. And you see it is on the shape of a book spines, and we changed them from time to time, and we put there the books we like. So at the first floor we have kindergarten. Both of my kids are going there, so it's very convenient for me and for other colleagues. It's post-industrial area surrounded with bakery, brewery, so you could easily get some snacks or restaurants there as well, and other offices too. And so right now we have more than 10 colleagues in the company, 2 offices in Lviv and in Kyiv, and 2 warehouses, which gives us a possibility to send our books to any part of Ukraine faster. And we have right now 10 our own bookstores. Before we were like a mono brand with the distribution, so that means we were selling only our own books there, but right now we try to put also the books from other publishers on the shelves. We have 1 kindergarten, as I mentioned. Since our establishing, it's more than 1,400 books were published, and 60 to 70% of them are translations. So I would say that we are very close in our profile to Host Publishing House. We do literary fiction, crime fiction, poetry, children's books, like picture books and young adult books, and of course books which contain a bigger amount of text and illustrations, because we are from Central Europe. And this is the list of our translated authors. I'm proud as a Bohemist that there are some Czech authors there. We started our adults line in 2014, and one of the first authors, he's not mentioning it here, but it was Patrik Ouředník with Europeana. And then we also published Tomáš Sedláček, the Czech economist, and then again Milan Kundera was our big success that we got the rights, and we published his books in Ukrainian. Let's move further. This is our international activities. We try to participate 7 or even more international book fairs each year. Each year it would be, since 2014, Bologna and Frankfurt. Those 2 are the main for us. And then we try to open new territories. We were the first Ukrainian publisher in Guadalajara or in Taiwan or in Seoul. We also try to not forget the small festivals, and like Tabuk in Tabor or Brak in Bratislava, which is organizing by Ferci Malik, who's been today. Of course, Prague Book Fair is very important for us. And since 2014, we sold more than 400. We signed more than 400 deals of translation Ukrainian books abroad, and it's to 53 different territories, 49 different languages. The last territories we opened for us were Faroe Islands and Albania. I also proud that our books are publishing in Mongolia. More than 25 our titles were published in Taiwan in complex Chinese. And also, as I said, Central Europe is our, I would say, opening markets. We find the publishers, and the first of them will be publishers from Czech Republic, Slovakia, or Poland, and then we open the rest of the world for our books. And since we started as a children's publisher, I would say that we are more successful in representing our children's titles abroad. And in last year, we were lucky to be awarded in Bologna with a Bob Prize. That means the best children's publisher of Europe. That was a result of 10 years participating in Bologna Book Fair and creating network among international publishers. And I would like to represent to you a few of our titles. And of course, our catalog is bigger, much bigger. I brought some catalogs here, and I'm happy to see that only one left. If I could give it to another one lucky person, but I could also give my cards and send the catalogs after the event. So,
do you have the QR code for the catalog in your PowerPoint presentation?
Not in the PowerPoint, but unfortunately.
Is the catalog
it's here.
Online?
Yeah, catalog is in our web page. Yes. So as I said, we started Bologna in 2014, and we started already with this mention in Bologna Ragazzi Award, the book from Romana Romanashin and Andriy Lesiv, this couple. People know them also by the name Agravka Studio. And their first book was mentioned in category Opera Prima, Stars and Poppy Seeds. That was actually, I would say, that was one of the first Ukrainian picture book, here you're using the word illustrator author's book, when the authors are the authors of the text and illustrations as well. So it brought us the first sales. The first publisher was from France, and it opens the gate, actually. And we started to sell the books abroad, and then 3 of their books were again mentioned, and then in 2018 they got the main Bologna Ragazzi Award for non-fiction literature. So Romana and Andriy, they started with a picture book format. We also worked with them they illustrated our books, poetry collections, and books for a cover. They were making covers for adults' books. So I will just show you briefly their style. I hope you could see it. It's much better to see, of course, from the paper, from the book. So the first book, Stars and Poppy Seeds, are on the top, and the second one is a very special topic. When the war first came to our country in 2014, Russia started that hybrid war. The authors, they were thinking what they could do to help Ukrainian parents to explain kids what the war exactly is, because the war was everywhere on the news. People were talking about the war. So that book, War That Changed Rondo, it's published in Czech Republic by Větrné mlýny, by organizers. It tells a story about 3 main characters, Danko, Fabian, and Zirka, and they live in a beautiful town called Rondo. And one day, the war came to that town from nowhere. And they never experienced the war. They didn't heard about the war before, so they started to talk to the war. What you're doing, stop it. But doesn't help. So I will not be telling all the story, but it shows how people react to the war, how you could explain what war exactly is to the kid, and how we could defeat the war. And actually it addresses to all of the people in the world. We all have to work together to create the light, to create good emotions, to support the citizens, and only together we will defeat the war. We could not do it alone in Ukraine. So we hope on your support, and we thank you for that. So the next books, slightly different style, and they change it into the non-fiction format. The text is very poetic, and it contains also the non-fiction facts. And two titles, Loudly, Softly, in a Whisper, and I See That, tells kids about sounds, silence, and visual effects. Their book, On the Move, this is the idea how to explain the movement, why people were moving, what vehicles they were using, what was the reasons of travels. So it's those books are for kids, of course, but also for design lovers, for adults. Yeah, I have one of them here. Then we move forward to our another star, Oksana Bula. She is well known here, published by Host in Brno, and she's very successful in other territories too. We published 5 of her own books. She's preparing the new one, and she also illustrated the books from other authors. And you see now her style. She started again from picture books on the top, and then she slightly moved to the genre of graphic novel. And the illustrations are all the time very sweet, connected to the nature, and her special characters are those like wooden spirits. You see them on the above on your right corner. And the name of them are Tukoni. They are in charge of changing seasons on the nature, and they are helping animals. Okay, continue. Alexander Shatokhin, our new star, and one of his books, Yellow Butterfly, also tells us about the war. And it was on the list of best books according to New York Times of 2023. And here you could see his style. I didn't put the book about the war because it would be very contrasting, and here are his titles on the picture book genre. And then we slightly moving to our adult authors, Sofia Andruchowicz. The author, we started to work in 2014. Her first book, Felix Austria, actually tells us a story about Austrian-Hungarian Empire, also published in Czech language by Větrné mlýny. And the second one, they are now going to launch this year, Amadoka. Amadoka is the name of the lake, which was present on the maps, ancient maps, and disappeared. And we don't know right now if it was the mistake of cartographists or it was in real, but somehow it disappeared. But the book itself, it has 800 pages, and 3 main storylines, and it tells us about the war in the eastern Ukraine, and main character is a soldier with a smashed face, and he lost his memory. So no one could recognize him until one woman came to the hospital, and she said that this is my husband. I could recognize his lips. So we turn to the second storyline, and she is telling him the story about his family. But we are not, it's like slightly like in Kazuo Ishiguro books. We read it, we believe on it, but there are some doubts that she is lying. So she's telling the story about middle of 20th century in a small town in Galicia in western Ukraine about the Holocaust and about love story between Jewish boy and Ukrainian girl. and what is happening that time. It's very well connected, and for example, Amadoka, like a lake, is very connected to the population of Jewish people which disappeared from our country, from that region after the World War II. And also the third storyline tells about the very important period in Ukrainian history, like executed Renaissance. Dozens of artists were killed by Stalin regime, so that's another symbol of Amadoka. And three storylines were well connected. The book is going to be, let's hope, international success, because we sold the rights to 15 territories, including English, US and UK, and Simon & Schuster will be published in English. Also in Spain, France, it's already published in German by Austrian publisher Residence. Okay, I must go forward. Another promising author, Evgenia Kuznetsova, she got the special mention of European Union Literature Prize with her first novel, Ask Mia. And this is a very humoristic and I'd say feministic also novel, and it tells the story about two women which are they are finding shelter from the life crises in the house where they spent their childhood. So they spent the summer with a grandma and mother, and it was a cousin and a small girl. So 4 generations of women dealing with their life troubles, discussing them, taking all the life on the pause and to just do something else, meditate. And it's full of humor. And the second novel also, Leather. Right now we have 3 offers for film adaptations, 1 from Poland and 2 from Ukraine. And this is a finished cover of the first book. So very promising author. The rights are available for Czech Republic, Slovakia, Taiwan, Poland, and Hungary. So don't hesitate to bother me with a request. And I move forward, and this is Ilarion Pavluk, and I will tell you a bit about his novel, I Can See the Darkness Intrigues You. This is something what you will never search among Ukrainian literature, because usually publishers are trying to acquire like high quality literary fiction, and this is noir thriller with a small town where serial killer is operating, and the women are dying, no one is caring. Until from the capital they are sending protagonist, and he's supposed to solve the problem. And his idea is that serial killers, they don't have sense of humor. So he starts to investigate. You will find there the the characters from Bosk paintings, from Finnish mythology, and it's very promising, since in Ukraine we sold over 100,000 copies. This is like incredibly high result for our market too. And the rights are sold finally to Czech Republic and to Hungary. I look forward to see the publications. And also our other authors are well-known, filmmaker and activist, and unfortunately prisoner of Russian regime, Oleg Sentsov, and his diary written during the 5 years of being in prison in Russia. This is a cover of a US edition, and also the rights are sold to France, and it's published already in Czech Republic by Deník N. And Oleg, as many our authors, he's now fighting on the East, and this book will give you an idea what kind of devil we are dealing with. And the next one is my young colleague, Artur Droň. He's a poet, and since the full-scale invasion, he joined Ukrainian military forces, and we are lucky that we published his poetry collection, which is already published in Swedish and going to be published in Britain this year. So I would like to thank all of those colleagues and friends, authors who are on the battlefield or who are volunteering and helping to protect our country. Otherwise, I will not be sitting here and talking with you about Ukrainian literature. This is our contacts. I'm mainly in charge of selling rights, and my colleagues, Olha Basarab, she's in charge of acquisition of adult fiction and non-fiction, and Vita Yevstifeeva is in charge of our children's acquisitions. So please feel free to contact them when you have something to suggest to Old Lion. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Quick question: do you have any Taiwanese authors translated into Ukrainian?
That's a hard question because I've been in Taiwan and we acquired one children's book. It was a beautiful book about pregnancy and a pet cat who believes that he is the one of the sons, and he is curious what is happening with his mom and who is going to come to the world. But it's still on the translation process, and unfortunately I don't remember the name of the author. I could.
But you are open to Taiwanese authors to be published with Starlight.
Yes. Well, if anything fits to our catalog, we try to start some new lines. We try to experiment. Of course, the main course is a bit commercial and connected with English language or French or German, but we do translate from different languages. Of course, with complex Chinese but I learned that there are many translators already, like not many, but some of them are sitting here. So,
would you say that the profile of the publisher is kind of high market books trying to appeal to the general public rather than? I don't want to put words into your mouth.
I would say that we started with a high shelf, and we still do publish titles from like literary fiction. And right now we do have a lot of crime fiction. That's true. So we try to balance it somehow, if it's possible. But we are doing our best.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you. Do we have any questions for Ivan? But you have all the contacts. We will send the PowerPoint presentation to you. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ivan. There is one more presentation that we have for today. There's one more presentation we have for today, and. I would like to invite Oksana Vasky-Kukul. Hello. Dobrý den. Welcome. I believe this is the translation.
Yes.
So this is the presentation. Yeah. And Oksana, thank you very much. Apologies for chasing you to come here because we had a cancellation, and so we can start a bit.
I've been in beautiful place in Brno before I come here.
Well, what was the place?
The Villa Tugendhat.
Oh, Villa Tugendhat, yeah. It's almost as beautiful as this one. Okay, welcome, Oksana. Thank you.
Okay, добрый день. So I'm here introducing you the publishing house of reportage and documentary, Choven. Our publishing house was founded in 2017 by NGO Lviv Media Forum. Lviv Media Forum is the biggest conference for journalists which is held in Lviv for 10 years till now. And this conference unites journalists, media, analytics, politologues, and all people who are connected to media in Ukraine. And I can, like, another slide. The word Choven means boat in Ukrainian, and like a boat can transport you to the distant lands, so our books can also transport you to distant lands. We are convinced that the most complete way to convey the truth about historical events and about lands is through personal stories. So the place on this photo is named Bakota in Ukraine. It's rather a beautiful place, but this place is artificial. It is water reservoir on Dnipro River made by Soviet authorities, and to make it, they just forced it. It is on underwater. There is flooded village, and Soviet authorities forced people of this village to leave their homes to make this beautiful water reservoir. And so, like, this is a metaphor that very often dramatic stories are underwater. So we do not publish fiction in our publishing house. Our profile is literary reportage, non-fiction biographies, historical politician issue writing, and popular scientific literature. And at this moment, we are the only publishing house in Ukraine that specializes in documentary and in reportage. So no fiction, just non-fiction, and just strong documentary. The main goal of, so who is in the boat? The main goal of our publishing house at the very beginning was to present the best examples of world reportage to the Ukrainian reader. And we translate into Ukrainian a lot of Polish titles of literatura faktu. It's like Polish reportage. And we arrange these Polish reportage books, and not only Polish reportage books, into series. And here you can see our latest series of reportage books. These books are by a prominent Polish reporter Wojciech Tochman. The blue one is about Srebrenica. Those orange one is about Rwanda, and the red one is about Cambodia. So these are very serious reporters' work made by Tochman at the end of 20th century and not so long ago. So also the second large part of our work is devoted to publishing in Ukrainian the works of Tony Judd and Timothy Snyder. We always say that the translations of these authors are an attempt to integrate the Ukrainian reader into the global intellectual process. And also Timothy Snyder is a big friend of Ukraine and of Ukrainian intellectual, and he is always on our side in this world arena. We also arranged these books in the series, and it's hard to read Cyrillic, I know, but I will explain. The black one book is Timothy Snyder's book, The Road to Unfreedom, and this white book, upper book, is the co-work with Tony Judd and Timothy Snyder. It's like interviews that Timothy Snyder made with Tony Judd when Tony Judd was at the end of his life. And this is like thinking of 20th century. These books are our bestsellers. The bestseller for Choven Publishing House is 10,000 copies and 6,000 copies. So we are a small publishing house. But these books are beloved by Ukrainian readers, and often they are asking in bookshops, where is Give us Snyder, where is the next Snyder? So this. And I would like to make like exclusive announcement here on a book industry forum. The next book of Tony Judd we are preparing to print right now is Past Imperfect. This is a book about French intellectuals, and for the cover of this book we have chosen the photo of prominent alive classic of Lithuanian photography, Antanas Sutkus, who still is working and living in Lithuania and operating his photo archive, and he let us to use this photo on the cover of this book. So our Choven, our boat, made like a bridge through time, because the book, Judd's books, is about mostly about Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, and Mr. Antanas Sutkus knows and communicates with Jean-Paul Sartre in 1965. So this is like this is a great story for us. As a Lviv-based publishing house, of course, we pay attention to the diverse and dramatic history of our native city. And we are publishing, among our Lviv-connected titles, is the books of Grzegorz Gauden. It's also a famous Polish historian. It's like about Jewish pogrom in 1918. And we also published it to the 100th anniversary, the most complete biography of Stanislav Lem. Everybody knows Stanislav Lem. He's science fiction writer, but he's Lviv born. And a big part of this book is about his childhood and about how he survived Holocaust in Lviv when he was young, and how he left Lviv and never came again. This is also very interesting book about what person he was. I deeply recommend this book. So, but I would like to draw your attention to our young writer, Yuri Skira. He is a young historian, and his book Solid, The Shoe Factory of Life. This book is our new, and you can see this book here. This is documentary story about the house. You can see this house in Lviv, in the city center, where there was a shoe factory in the times of Nazi occupation. And this factory was managed by a monk of Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, but this monk was of German origin. He was German, so he could manage this shoe factory in Nazi-occupied Lviv. And on this shoe factory, he hired Jewish families. And this is the main story in this book is the story of Jewish family who survived Holocaust in Lviv in this house. So Solid, The Shoe Factory of Life. The Lviv Media Forum is an environment where young Ukrainian journalists can study, can communicate, and can work. And the main goal of our publishing house is to help them to find their own clear voices. And this vibrant Soviet-era mosaic on the photo is located in Severodonetsk Ice Palace of Sports. This photo is from the book of Svetlana Oslavska. She's our author. Actually, we published 3 books by Svetlana. She's a prominent Ukrainian reporter. Now she's a publisher by herself. So she and her sister Anna Ilchenko are published their books by themselves. And this book, Severodonetsk, is about her native city. It's a documentary. This city is demolished by Russian army now, and all these mosaics and this palace of sports and the streets are now demolished by Russian artillery. But she documented how this city was when she was there in the times of COVID, and she documented sometimes funny, sometimes very touchy stories of her native city. And there is a map with memory spots. This is like memory map in this city. It's very interesting and valuable book. So another our author is Katerina Zarembo, and her book The Sunrise of the Ukrainian Sun, History of Donetsk region and Luhansk region at the beginning of 21st century. This book is also our bestseller, and this book is translated into Italian, and we are looking forward the English edition in USA. In this book she proves that Donetsk and Luhansk region are not Russian territories, and this book is about Ukrainian movements, Ukrainian cultural movements, cultural institutions, NGOs that were operating in Donetsk and Luhansk region in the times of Ukrainian independence. And if you want to like completely know what is Donbass, so I deeply recommend this book. And another our author is Ostap Yaresh. He's a graduate of Lviv School of Journalism of Ukrainian Catholic University, and now he is working for a long time as a correspondent of Voice of America, as a TV correspondent, and he wrote his book of reports about USA when he it was before the election of Biden, and he just documented a different part of America in his book before this election. Very different America, very interesting, and so I think there is English edition also of this book. So, of course, we cannot, we have to underline the ongoing events in Ukraine connected with the war and with politics and with, we are publishing war reports from the war, and this book, Найстрашніші дні мого життя, is the scariest days of my life. This book you also can see here on our table. This is a collection of reports arranged by the name The Reckoning Project. This is like international project. There are not only reports by Ukrainian reporters, but also by foreign reporters. All these reports were published before in well-known international like magazines, and this collection is translated into Ukrainian. The book is packed with also illustrated with photos, and some photos are really shocking. And as an example, I showed you before Svetlana Oslavska. You can find another her reportage there. She was talking with people of Yahidne village in Kyiv Oblast, where at the first month of war, Russian army made a concentration camp for the people in school. So people sit for more than a month just in the school basement and didn't know what is doing, and 10 people died there. And so she came to Yahidne after liberation and speak with these people, and there are even photos of this basement here in this book. So this is a really thrilling book, and this is like this book is full of truth of the war in Ukraine. Another book in our list is the Zelensky Effect. This book is translated from English. The first edition was American. This book is written by two sociologists, Olga Onuch and Henry Gale. Olga Onuch is of Ukrainian origin, but she works in Great Britain, and Henry Gale works in US. He's professor of sociology, and this is is like unexpected book even for Ukrainians, because they investigated the way our president did from the showman to the president of Ukraine, and they investigated all this election campaign and how the team of Zelensky did this election campaign. The book is also packed with sociology. There are a lot of sociological, like some schemes. It is very interesting, even for Ukrainian people to like to look from the another point of view to the figure of Zelensky. So these are our main titles, and let's dream about future in Lviv, in Ukraine. We are going to open a bookshop. We have a place where we are going to do so, and I hope in some years we all will meet there in our new space in Choven Reportage Bookshop in Lviv. So this is our great dream. And now I would like to introduce you just a bit our team, because the team is very small. We even don't have a big office, and we have like our editors are on our outsource, and so they are on the people who are deciding whom to take, what to carry in this board. So this is Igor Balinsky. He is professor of media sciences, and these young reporters I show you, they are his students actually, and he do everything in our publishing house. So he's decided what to publish. He's communicated about rights. He's communicating about translations and about editing. So I am like a lead designer and art editor. I do all the layout and book covers and all the control the printing process of these books. And our project manager Yuri Opoka, and he consult us and also is communicated with authors and with in topic of selling rights, and he's now a military serviceman in National Guard of Ukraine. So let's sail into the boat.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Well, how many titles do you publish per year, roughly?
We publish from 6 to 10 20 published per year. In 2022, we have like 20. 10, 20, so, but actually it's 6, 7.
So you mentioned a number of translated titles, translated into Ukrainian, and a number of new books that were written in Ukrainian. What is the proportion between translated and Ukrainian?
I think that translating books are, there are more translated books.
More translated?
More translated books.
So are you looking for titles to translate? Or would you say that there is you are already covered for that, or is there a specific field that you would like to kind of move towards?
I'm looking all the time for titles for translate, because I like very much I like Polish book market, and I like all this Literatura Fact, all these reports, and I have I would like to translate more foreign reportage, but not every foreign reportage will be sold in Ukraine. And this is like a hard way it's tricky way to find a way to Ukrainian reader. But they like these reportages about Cambodia, about Rwanda. They are asking about it. I'm active in Twitter social network, and I like just to read like impressions of tweets of people whom I don't know these people. They are not my friends, but I just read the impressions they are seeking for these books. We have like our own bulb, our own cloud of readers. So we are operating 7 years, and we built our auditory, and so we are working for them.
Wonderful, thank you. Do you have a catalog in English of your books that you could?
We haven't a catalog because we have a small number of titles, but you can take there you can take a postcard with a QR code to our site and just to look at our internet page for another our books. But we don't have a catalog. This is like my first experience on such an event, and I'm very grateful to you.
Okay. No, it's wonderful that you could be here to represent Čoven. Do we have any questions from the floor? There are 2 microphones. Not that we need 2 questions simultaneously.
Everything is clear underwater.
Everything is clear? Yeah. Wonderful. Well, in that case, Oksana, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for your presentations. Greetings to people who are watching this online or from a recording, because we have everything documented, so you can look at it again, if there is a detail that you missed. We will also be sharing all the catalogs that we've got electronically and all the presentations with the participants who were here across these 2 days. And I would like to thank you very much for being here, for sharing your work, for meeting others, for talking to people who help book culture, and finally, thank you very much for supporting the festival and for making and helping to publish wonderful books. Thank you. And one last thing from Vera. If you would like any drinks, coffee or something, please go to the bar and say, I would like a coffee for the festival, and the name is Petr. So Petr Mlynářek is paying for it. Okay? So that's the code name. Okay? So please get yourself refreshed, and it was a joy to have you here.
Thank you for the moderation.
Yeah, great pleasure, great pleasure. Yes. Yes, it's Ondřej. Yes. Yeah. We'll do that. I will ask Ondřej Kocar to share photographs. Okay. Okay.
So it was great again.
Thank you very much for
last year.
Thank you very much for being here, Zoltán. It was great to see you.
I think it's very, very useful. But then hearing the others saying that there were already some results.
Oh yeah. So of course we don't know everything, but we know of 4 books into Czech language so far. There may be others, and there may be others in Poland, Slovakia, maybe Hungary, but we don't know about them.
Our book bought by Jerzy.
Yeah, it's one of them. Yes.
February,
Yeah, that's one of them. That's one of them. And then,
So, and this is for Jerzy.
okay, yes, wonderful.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
it will also be published by him in Czech.
Okay, great. So it's a different one.
It's a different one, yes.
So it's fifth.
In Hungarian?
No,
From
because since last year, we know now about 5 books that have been that are coming out as a result of. of
Okay,
this meeting.
I don't know if this one is a result from here, because we were not here last year, but
Yeah.
you can make it yours.
No.
problem.
No. 4 of them. 4. Yes.
And I don't know if it's because of this event, but I saw last year a Norwegian book on the, you know, that was this very small publishing house publishing books about Norway, nature and the sea.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, I remember.
And I said, oh, this is a kind of book never be published in Hungary. It's too expensive, Norway.
And it's published already.
And it's published a few months ago.
Fantastic.
I don't know if it's a direct consequence of it, but it
Doesn't
can
matter.
be.
Do you know what? That's the thing about culture. We don't know.
Yes.
And I did not control what people are talking about. It's an opportunity for people to talk, and I'm not taking any credit. I'm not making money of it. I'm just.
That's what I say to all our authors. That they are expecting. We signed the contract, and they are expecting already publications by hundreds. And I say, you know, the way of a book to a foreign publication is only a question of luck. And I'm there to help a little bit luck. And that's what I...
Absolutely. We can't control it. We can only help make spaces. And if there is a space that opens where a Taiwanese and a Hungarian creator come together.
For example, this the fact that Jerzy bought this book for us is because he was already preparing his October festival, Pachimo Festival, about a gypsy topic, and this is a book.
It was the Gypsy King,
said,
isn't
oh,
it?
It could be a good for
fit,
this.
perfect fit. Yeah. Super.
So,
Great.
okay,
Wonderful.
so thank you again.
Okay. Yeah, great pleasure. Great pleasure.
And I will write to you about this poetry translation project.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. See you online. Yeah, good luck. And apologies once again for the presentation. I already have the correct one here, so we will be circulating the right one with the catalogue. Yeah.
Have you ever read Edwin Lazar?
No, but I took a note about it.
I give it to you then. It's in English, so. And Eva Janikowski, probably you know her, but you can take that too. Okay? Thank you for your help.
Yeah, great pleasure. Thank you.
Tady není teď